Hello everyone, welcome into today's live video. It's Sunday, the 12th of October, 2025. I'm CareyHolzman, and today we're looking at a new mini PC. This one's a little different in its design. And listen, I do what I can over here to bring you guys content that is unique and different from what everybody else is doing. And I think you just need to look at the channel and you'll notice there's a lot of content I cover nobody else here on YouTube covers. Or it takes them a long time after I cover it, then you'll start seeing others covering it. For an example, we've got the Nano KVM Pro that arrived. We'll do that on Monday for members only. We'll do the unboxing and familiarize ourselves with it. And then on Tuesday or Wednesday, I guess, we will... Sorry, I got a message on my computer here. We will show it to the public, right? So if you're a member, welcome in as all the members, welcome in. It's always such a pleasure to have familiar faces in the chat room, and thank you so much for supporting us here. Myself and Planet Cryos and the manufacturer are the only ones on YouTube, so far as I can tell, that have covered the Nano KVM Pro. But give it a couple months, and I'm sure you'll see a lot more of probably at least another dozen content creators jumping on board with that. Also, I bit the bullet and I did order the Comet Pro. I was going to wait till it was available on Amazon, and I said, who am I kidding? I'm going to buy it. So I succumbed to my addiction. But one of the things we did differently, for example, was we went on Amazon using your contribution money to the channel, and we were looking for one of the least expensive mini PCs we could buy. And I just by chance came across this Soyen manufacturer. That's the name of the company, Soyen. And we ordered it, and it comes with Linux on it, which is partially why it's a little less expensive. There's no Windows license to pay for. And apart from not having a website or driver downloads, we got it figured out, put Windows on it. It's working great. Then later on, I noticed another computer from Soyen. This one had RGB. It was like an octagon shape, very unlike any other design of mini PC, also with Linux and also aggressively priced. And I said, well, since we did this before, we'll do it again. And so we did. Well, Soyen reached out to us. They saw our content and said, hey, we have a brand new, very unique mini PC coming out. And you can have it with Windows or you can have it with Linux. Would you review it? I said, I'd love to review it. Thank you for reaching out. They said, great. Would you like Linux or would you like Windows? And I said, well, everything we purchased from your company has been Linux, and we've had to figure out how to put Windows on it all by ourselves. In this space of mini computers, regardless of how strange or unusual they might be, they always have a website for the manufacturer, some sort of homepage to identify who makes it. They often have instructions or some sort of claim that that says this is our product and this is how you reach us because we stand behind it. We didn't see anything regarding Soyen in the two computers we bought from Amazon. Basically, no contact information, no website, and our web searches pulled up nothing. And we addressed this with them. We said, look, customers in America, I can't speak for, their country, but in America, we expect to have a corporate website and an ability to have an email address, some sort of contact information, and a download, support area where if we want to reinstall our operating system that we could, download the drivers and do it ourselves. We had to go to one of their competitors' website to get the drivers on their mini PCs. And we do that because we're technical people and we know how, but most people wouldn't know how to do that. Most people would not know how to contact you, and most people, if they've gone beyond their 30-day Amazon return period, assuming they bought it on Amazon, because where else would you buy it? Or maybe AliExpress, I don't know. But once you're past that 30 days on Amazon, you're stuck with it forever with no help and no support, despite the claim of it having a warranty. Good luck. And that was something I was concerned about, right? I had very little complaint with the build quality or design of it. And the value was there, but without support, it might as well be Craigslist or OfferUp, a garage sale. So they said, no, we're working on a website. We hear you. We appreciate the information. And we have this mini PC that's really unique, and here's what it is, and here's what it is, blah blah blah. Here's what it looks like. And I said, yeah, we'd love to look at it. In the meantime, will you guys work on your website and get drivers, etc.? Go ahead and send it to us with Linux, and we'll figure out how to put Windows on it ourselves, just like we did before. And they said, oh no, you don't have to do that. We have a Windows-based image that we can send you with directions on how to switch it over from Linux to Windows, or we can send it to you with Windows. I said, no, don't send it to me with Windows. Send it to me with Linux, just like all the other ones that we purchased. And I'll tell you what, send us your document on how to use whatever file you have that will load Windows on it. And I was under the assumption they were going to send me to a website and there was going to be a driver download, right? No. What they've done is they've taken an image of Windows with the drivers already on it, put it all in one package, and then posted it, at a file sharing site. And I'm like, okay, that's a little bit, low budget. It's a little concerning, but we'll humor them and we'll give it a try. Here's the way I'd like to see it. I don't have any problem with them offering that, but that being the only option is my concern. You see, once we get Windows loaded on this, and let's just assume that everything works exactly like they say it will, we use their image, we put their image onto a flash drive, and it just automatically installs Windows and all the drivers. We don't know what's been altered in Windows. Did they alter anything other than the drivers? Because they definitely altered it. So that right there is sketchy. Some people don't care. Most people don't know any better. That's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. But what I am saying is I would like more choices like their competitors offer, which would be you go get your Microsoft Windows downloaded from Microsoft. Once you've done that, it'll self-activate, right? Code should be already in here. And go to our website, go to support, type in your model number, go to drivers, and grab the drivers you need that are not installed automatically by Windows 11. That's all you need to do. It's really easy. It's a smaller file download. Customers can help themselves. But at the same time, you could say, here's the whole operating system the way we've configured it with the drivers already in it. Take your pick. That's what most mini PC manufacturers do. It's very common. So the fact that they don't have a website stops us in our tracks. Now, they did say all customers have to do is reach out to us. Well, that's great, but you didn't put your email address on anything. You don't have a website. We wouldn't even know how to contact them if they didn't reach out to us. We're just hitting the reply button. So with that being said, we'll see if they're packaging this any differently with any identifiable material to who the manufacturer is. And let's see if they've grown or changed. And in the meantime, what's in the box is quite unique. Regardless of all the other things, let's evaluate the product, and then we can evaluate the company. These are two different things. Because sometimes if a product is fantastic and it's really, really an attractive price point, you might tolerate sort of understanding that conditionally until things change, you're sort of on your own. But if you're a technical person like me or much of our audience here, you don't need support anyway, unless something's gone drastically wrong and you need warranty, in which case I don't even know how that's handled, quite frankly. That being said, let me say hello to everybody joining us today before we get too carried away with this project. Hello to Buster, our good friend out there in Scotland, sends us an Amazon gift card in lieu of a Super Chat contribution. We appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, Buster. Always good to see you, my friend. We just got a new supporter, Yamilka Zenzanugi says, well, they don't say anything. They just became a supporter. All right, is it Yamika? Yamilka? Welcome in. We're happy to have you. Tomorrow, if you're a new member here, or you don't already know, every Monday, which is tomorrow, we do members-only content. That means we're going to go live just like I am now, but we're going to have, 80% less viewers. It's just for the members. So it's much more intimate and informal. And I'll talk about more details about what's going on in the background, behind the scenes. as well as more information regarding, in fact, tomorrow we're going to unbox the Nano KVM Pro. It's killing me. I got it yesterday and I want to open it so bad. So, as you can imagine, very much looking forward to hanging out with the members as well as showing them a product you really don't see anywhere else. Same with the Soyen mini PCs, by the way. And I'm also excited about today's show because what we've got for you today is something very, very different. Now, we should have links to the product in the video description below today's video. And I don't know, is this product available for sale yet? We're getting a very early look, and we really appreciate Soyen reaching out to us. And you know, some companies can be quite upset at the concerns that we voiced during certain reviews from certain companies. And other companies are like, hey, you know, we appreciate this information. We weren't aware that in American culture this is a normal thing, but yet they're still selling on Amazon against competitors that are doing this. It's not like it takes a lot of research to see what your competitors are doing in any given country. So whatever reason they don't know, we just want them to know, right? We assume they just don't know. We tell them, and they can either take that as an insult or they can take it as somebody's trying to help you out of a hole. I'm not in a hole. That's what some of them do. How dare you? We've had corporate representatives criticize our reviews. And I'm like, look, not from Soyen, from other unnamed manufacturers. I'll save them any further embarrassment because obviously I was critical of some very basic and simple things that they refused to acknowledge. And their response was less than set to American standards. I would call it unprofessional. Eventually, that escalated to a point where somebody else in the company just voluntarily, it was brought to their attention, and they reached out to us to apologize on behalf of the behavior of their employee that we've been talking to. So after they just made everything worse, now they want us to correct our review. And I said, I'd be happy to correct. I'd be happy to re-review the product when and if you've made any changes, right? That concern me. We're not punishing you. There's just nothing new to report. You don't like it. You're working on it. That's great. Show me it when it's done. And we'll certainly give you another review and see if you've covered those areas of concern. And we do deal with that from time to time. But most companies are fantastic and appreciate the criticism because any way we can make the product more valuable to a customer, that's how it should be seen. It shouldn't be seen as me saying you're not good enough. I'm telling you where you need to improve. I'm suggesting, in my opinion, where you need to improve. If this were my business, this is how I would run it. I've been in business over 30 years. I must be doing something right. We reviewed over 100 mini PCs on this channel in the last few years, so it's not like it's my first rodeo. There is a standard. You're not meeting it. Maybe you don't know, so I'm just telling you. Maybe you don't want to meet the standard. Maybe you think it's too much trouble. That's my job to make sure the audience knows that if they're going to, consider buying your product. Let's just be open and transparent and honest about what you're going to deliver to them. And if they say, well, we are going to, I'll say, okay, well, when you've done that, reach back out. Until then, we have nothing more to say, right? Nothing's changing. So, of course, they want to, control that. They want it to always be glowing. Great, I've told you how to make it glowing. It's not by asking me to change the review. It's by you making the changes. It doesn't have to be all the changes. Just make some improvement. Let's see they're moving in the right direction. And that'll be a good sign to win back the faith of potential customers. So we're really impressed that, Soyen did reach out to us because, again, we had no way to reach out to them. And all the other stories I'm telling, they're not about Soyen. We didn't know who they were. We had no way to reach out to them. So there wouldn't have been any way for them, really, if we don't know them and they don't know us. Clearly, just so you know, I'm not talking about Soyen. I'm talking about other PC manufacturers. And Soyen was not defensive at all. They were like, no, you're right. We're working on it. Okay. So I was just going to check the video notes here to see if we have a link So there is an Alibaba link and there is an Instagram link to Soyen. So this is not where I would normally go to look for support, right? Alibaba is not a support site, and neither is Instagram. Instagram is a site to show things off. It's not a place that's very interactive. Now, if we go to the Alibaba page for this Soayan EXR1, let me show you what that looks like so you'll get an idea what should be in this box, because I think you'll agree it's very different. So I'm going to go over here to my window capture mode. Let's see if that pulls up. There it is. Okay. Octa-core AMD Ryzen 8745 CPU with 32 gigs DDR5. It looks like a Bluetooth speaker, right? It's a 1 terabyte SSD, Windows 11 Pro, well, or Linux, USB 4. And we have, if you've been watching this channel for a while, I know you've seen another computer we reviewed just like this. Let me pause this for a second.
Just an FYI, I have a message into them about, because the Amazon link is there. It was supposed to be available in like October.
I see.
I have a message into them asking a or a date that I can. But the Amazon link is there.
So
you can't order.
So for right now, they're getting the Amazon page set up for this product, but this product is not officially released.
You can see it. You can see what it looks like.
You just can't order it yet.
You can't order it.
Okay. Well, Mara will update the video notes. So if you guys are watching this video after the 12th of October, look for updates in the video notes. We'll put them right at the top. So as we take a look at this machine, it's like a little Bluetooth speaker. If you recall, I had ordered a computer that was about 10 years old that kind of had a similar design, but was about 4 times bigger, 3 times bigger than this. This really does just look like a Bluetooth speaker. And I guess it works like a Bluetooth speaker, that it has a mini PC built into it. That's a very interesting concept. And it is dual speakers. You have a left and a right. They mention a 1-year warranty without any, I don't know how you activate a warranty off Alibaba. As far as I know, there's no such thing. Or the cost rather is more money to ship it overseas than it is to just buy a new one. So we'll see how they handle that. Again, with Amazon, you always have those 30-day returns. So anyway, this is what's supposed to be in the box. And the other link, if we come back over here, the other link we have takes us to Instagram. And Soyen PC, if you want to follow them on Instagram, this appears to be the only web presence that they have. They don't have a website. So hopefully that'll change soon. And when and if it ever does, we will certainly let you know, because that's where you would go for drivers. A super shout out to our good friends over at URCDKEYs. They're the ones I go to when I need a legitimate Windows license key or Microsoft Office license key. And we're glad that they've got PayPal as a payment option, because many of you have let us know that you prefer that. This is what their website looks like. Those are the first links you're going to see in our video notes. And we're just trying to save you some money from a reputable seller that isn't going to take your money or sell you stolen goods or ghost you after the sale. They have 6 months of support. And even though their prices are already very discounted, especially compared to Microsoft's suggested retail price, you are getting a legit product where you don't have to make a phone call to activate it. That's sketchy. Other manufacturers, or sellers, I should say, will say, oh yeah, you just got to call me. No. That is sketchy. So nothing about URCDKEYs is sketchy at all. It's a normal transaction. Using the coupon code CAREY during your checkout process is going to save you an additional 25%. They have 6 months of support. Whether you don't understand something or somebody's made a mistake, they'll do everything they can to make it right. So I'm just trying to save you money on a product I know isn't going to give you any surprises. And if something happens unexpectedly, they don't just abandon you like a lot of other key sellers on the internet. There's a lot of sketchy characters out there. So finding one that's legit isn't so easy, But I will tell you, the legitimate ones that offer support are going to cost a few dollars more than the sketchy ones where you're rolling the dice and hope it works, and too bad, so sad if it doesn't. So 6 months of free support. And of course, if you run into any issues with your purchase or your experience, or you just want to tell us about a good experience, always email us. Feel free. That's our email address. Reach out anytime. Whether you want to share a story or you're asking for help, that's what we're here for. Do be careful and spell that very slowly. Don't use voice. Use your fingers, or use one finger and type it out and look at what you're typing. It's getting frustrating, the number of accusations that we're not responding when we never got anything. They'll go somewhere else and we'll see that, but somehow email eludes them. So if we do get your message, we will respond to it, typically within 24 hours. And whatever we can do to help, we're always happy to help. And we thank you for being a part of our community, and we're doing what we can to look out for you. All right? All right. Going back to the chat room, I want to once again welcome in everybody that's hanging out with us today. So where was I? I was starting at the top there. Scott says hello, and Tony Aindow says hello. There's Lou Greenia, David Graham, Mark Gaines, and Gary Bickle. I also see Luke Greenia. Did I say Luke already? As well as Eddie Casanova, Jim Kenny, 3D Everything, Ben Laird, and Taffer says hello. Gary Tatum and Andy joining us in the chat. Our friend Buster says he's only going to stay for an hour today. He's got to get up, go to the hospital tomorrow. Hopefully that's just a checkup. He says it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit in Edinburgh, Scotland, and that is 10 degrees Celsius for those of you, the rest of the world that's not America. Good to see you, Buster. Dennis joins us and says hello, along with Gilberto Calazzo and Doman 2000. Jose Lopez says hello. John Lewis joining us all the way from Brazil. Eugene Eldago and Richard DeFries say hello here in the chat. Brad Revel says hello. MX is saying hello. And Dazzle555, Paul Vercher joining us. Frank Jimmy joins us and says hello. Michael Lavelle and Michael Warner say happy Sunday. Mike Gamer is joining us here in the chat. The chat is open to everybody. We'd love to have you in there. If you're a nice person, if you're kind, if you're thoughtful, please join the rest of the kind and thoughtful people in our chat room. We'd love to have you in there. Mike Cardone says hello, as does Dennis W. No, sorry, Donnie W. Yeah. Carey needs an eye doctor. 3D Everything just renewed his membership here for now 41 months in a row. Look at that. Thank you so much, 3D Everything, for supporting us. Our friend Buster just gifted out some memberships. Buster also renewed his support here. He's been a supporter now 41 months as well. So that means pretty much at day one when we started offering memberships, Buster was one of the first on board and has been there ever since. I can't tell you how much I appreciate those of you that have been with us here from the beginning and still continue to support us. It means the world to me. Furthermore, as I mentioned, kindness and community, our friend Buster just gifted out 5 free memberships. Those are $10 a piece. He just spent $50 to complete random strangers out of a random act of kindness and turn them into members. That means Scott Messerschmidt, Donnie W., Blake Amsher, Mark Lane, and Steve Dix are now members for the next 30 days because of our good friend Buster. And once you see what membership brings you, we hope you'll want to renew that on your own. At the very least, you're getting a free month sample, right? And you can see what the members are getting that the public doesn't get. That includes our full video archive going back to 2009, priority interaction with us here behind the camera, as well as Mondays only. And we do sometimes make members only content outside of Mondays, but never on Mondays do we make public videos. So it's got to be members only Mondays. Those videos are never, ever made available to the public. So you want to see all the other Mondays you've missed. There's been some diagnostic and repairs we don't show to the public because, well, membership's got to have its privileges, right? So we have exclusive content, which is our way of thanking our members as well as encouraging them to continue to renew that they're getting something out of it versus just us getting their membership. We need to make sure that they feel they're getting something in return, hopefully of equal or greater value, but that's for each person to decide. Last week or the week before, we did 4 members only videos in a row because I was covering content that I didn't want to make public. And so that content is still available. If you're a member today, you just became a member, please know you can go back and look at all the previous members only videos. Let's see. Anthony Pete says hello. There's Dustin Fuller joining us along with John Williams and Dark Side of the Moon. Peter Retired says hello, and Francisco Oma says hello. Frankie B, is Frankie in the house? I see some mention of Frankie. I haven't seen him in the chat yet, but I'm kind of all over the map as usual. Of course, Maralina, our channel administrator, hanging out in the chat with you guys. She's the one that sets up these arrangements with the manufacturers like Soyen. She does all the video notes. She handcrafts all of those thumbnails you see and the titles, creates all the links. She curates all of that. And I think I hope I've said hello to everybody. Everybody should always feel welcome here. Paul Connolly says hello from down under. Paul1961 says hello as well. All right, there's Bob R saying hello. Just about missed you there, Bob, and Viper30. David Herzog, our good friend Rick Lake says hello as well. Oh, I missed a bunch of you. Frank Jimmy, did I say Frank already? I think we got there. All right, so if I left anybody out, it's not on purpose. It's just we are live, unscripted, and I do make an attempt to say hello to everybody, but I try and do it quickly. Haste makes waste, you know. So welcome in, regardless. Kelvin wants to know, many people on YouTube are saying users need to create Windows 10 bootable media before the end of support. What are your thoughts on this? Should I create one myself? Well, nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody really knows with regards to extended support in downloading the ISO image. It couldn't hurt. I don't see any harm in it. I don't know why you wouldn't already have one. Whatever operating system you're running, be it Windows or Linux or whatever it is, maybe I just think differently than most because I started with computers in the early 1980s. We didn't have this giant library called the internet that stores everything for us. The idea that you need to hoard anything software-wise that you yourself did not create is kind of redundant today, because once you put something on the internet, it gets shared and spread all over and you can't take it back. I want you to think about identity theft. I want you to think about, using critical thinking. People are concerned about their private data going out, getting out. And why are you worried about that? If it's been released to the internet, you think it just goes away? No, you're worried about it's going to endlessly get into the hands of people. And you're right, it will. As does the Windows 10 media or anything, any piece of software released to the internet gets copied and mirrored. They say one of the best ways that you can back up your data is just upload it to the internet publicly, and it'll just duplicate. You may not know where it is, but somebody grabs it and somebody's archiving it. And if it's private data, obviously you wouldn't want that. But just by simply uploading a photo on Facebook, I promise you someone's grabbing that photo. And they might use it for nefarious purposes to make an advertisement out of it. Celebrities deal with this all the time, where they appear to be endorsing a product they never endorsed. And we also see it in a local newspaper here in Phoenix called the New Times. It's like a college paper. And we'll see advertisements that are clearly from little companies that could not afford the sponsorship of the picture of the celebrity they're putting on their ad. And the newspaper circulation is so low, the celebrity may not even know what's happening. But I can assure you, if they did, an attorney would be involved. Probably it would start with a cease and desist. And the New Times isn't checking it. They're not YouTube. They're not necessarily looking for copyright violation. So if you pay them to publish, they'll just publish it. They don't care. So that is a thing. But if I were ever to install any version of Windows, and you can go back to 2009 on this channel, the first thing I do is create bootable media. The fact that you didn't, I don't know where you've been this whole time, but it's always nice to have it before you need it, rather than be in a situation where you need it and you don't have it. Right now, it's very easy to get officially from Microsoft. Will it continue to be easy to get it officially from Microsoft, or will you have to go to another site to get it? That may be sketchy. Nobody knows. So, in my opinion, everyone should always have a copy of installation media, regardless if the operating system, is end of support or not. It's like, I'm going to take a long road trip. You think I should get car insurance? Yeah, you should have had car insurance the minute you decided to drive the car. It has nothing to do with where you're going or how old the car is. It's about other people's property, and it's also about your own safety, your own financial protection. People continue to make bad decisions, and they're looking for excuses. I'm about to upgrade my computer. Should I back it up first? What do you mean you don't have backups? This has gotten so bad. The ignorance level is so bad. And by ignorance, I don't mean you're dumb. I mean you don't know. These people that just don't know any better are ignorant of the processes. So we're trying to educate them so that they can say, I understand this better now. In South Korea, recently, the government had something called a G drive, or the government drive, not Google G drive. Let's type in South Korea G drive, and you're going to see that, oh, hold on, quit driving age. I don't care how old you have to be to drive a car. I guess I'm going to have to be more specific. G drive fire. Okay. I want you to hear the logic of this. And if you don't see how this is defending ignorance, I don't know how other way to explain it. When a government is representing the people and spending the people's tax dollars, they're supposed to be looking out for the best interest of the people. That means hiring people and giving those people budget that they need to do their job. Otherwise, you are basically telling everybody that you represent as a government, all those citizens that you're there to protect and take care of and provide services to, you're essentially a scam artist. And that's effectively what South Korea government, at least this division of the government, appears to have behaved as a scam artist. Because here's what they did. If I go over here and share this story with you, and I'm just pulling the story up just randomly. There's no particular website I go to for this. It's pretty well distributed news information. But if we come over here and do a Google search, you'll see the first link leads to PC Gamer. So a data center fire in South Korea saw 858 terabytes. And I want you to think about how much data that is, 858 terabytes, and how much time that took to build up. It's right here, 8 years worth of work. And they claim that it was too big to back it up. What's interesting is they say 858 terabytes of important data was not important enough because allegedly the backup simply couldn't be kept due to the G drive system's massive capacity. But that's a lie. I mean, I could set myself up with 858 terabytes here in the house. A couple of Synologies will get that. What do I need? About 7 or 8 Synologies, and that's all it is. And when you consider how much money the data center's worth, 7 or 8 Synologies are, probably set you back with big drives somewhere around, I don't know, $20,000 maybe with drives. That's pretty cheap compared to what this just cost them. But What's worse is the Ministry of the Interior and Safety had apparently instructed government employees to store everything in the G drive and not on their office PCs. So their losses here are massive. Now, nobody saw this fire coming. There was no indication there was going to be a fire. It just happened. This is why we have backups. This is why we have install media. We're always prepared for the unexpected. And this goes beyond the home consumer. This gets to, large corporations and government municipalities and government agencies that simply don't have good management and are looking to cut corners to save nickels and dimes, and it's costing them millions. What could have cost 10, 20, well, probably closer to $20,000 in American money is now lost forever and can never be recreated. It's just gone forever. Never mind the cost of the servers that they lost. Never mind the cost of the storage that they lost. Never mind the cost of the building that they lost. That's all replaceable. The data is not. This is profoundly foolish. Now, if this was a home user that did this, I'd say, yeah, that's pretty typical. But a government agency from an industrialized nation that's behaving like a home user, any company that behaves like a home user probably isn't going to be a company very long. But if home users behave like companies and exhibit the same sort of protocols and backup strategies, security strategies, they likely will never have a problem. Or if they do, it'll be very easily contained and any damage will be minimalized. So that's a long answer to your question. However, it is the full and complete answer. About every 6 months, YouTube content creators that are enthusiasts, they are enthusiasts primarily, that say, hey, Windows isn't going to allow an online account. And every 6 months, you guys fall for it every single time. Not all of you, but people on the internet, I should say, fall for it every single time. It's like when you fake throw the ball and the dog looks, and you have had that dog for 10 years and you've been doing that, and every time to this day, that dog is not figured out that you do the fake throw. I would like to think that as a species, we're higher up the chain than a dog, but maybe wishful thinking. Some of us, anyway, just keep falling for the fake throw. Here's what you need to know. In order to get Windows 11 that requires a Microsoft login account, you have to have a Microsoft login account to begin with, or you can't get it. I mean, I don't know how much simpler and obvious that could be, but the enthusiasts, they want to panic and bang on their drum because the beta version of Windows, the Windows Insider, the only way they were able to get that, think this through, they have to have a Microsoft account in order to get the Windows Insider edition of Windows. Now, if I were to go and acquire a Windows Insider version, a Microsoft Insider edition of Windows software that's beta, and I bypass the Microsoft account, as I'm installing it, it requires a Microsoft account. That's a prerequisite to running the beta. If you don't meet that prerequisite, you cannot run the beta. And Microsoft disables the local account process because that's not what the beta is for. It's not intended for local accounts. The beta is for Microsoft account holders who want to test upcoming Microsoft software. And so they don't understand. Like, they're so simple of people, they can't even, they're beta testing. They think they're experts. They're like, I'm going to beta test this and see if it's any good. But they don't even have the basics understood. That's right in front of them the whole time. So they go, oh, there's no local account. I'm going to go make a video and tell everybody you can't get a local. This has always been nonsense. It's going to keep happening so long as you guys keep taking the bait. Now, it is entirely possible that for the first time in Microsoft's operating system history, going back all the way to the 1970s, Microsoft has decided to make a change that local accounts aren't necessary, or local accounts aren't allowed. Microsoft has never done this in the entire history of the company. There is no precedent for it. There is no justification for it. And there's just a gross misunderstanding that you have to have a Microsoft account to even get that version of Windows. So what do? They go, well, I'm a computer expert. No, you're not. And I can tell you're not if you're making these kind of claims, because you didn't even understand what you downloaded. Like, that's just basic, you know, child should be able to figure that part out. Then they create videos that cause the YouTube community to react. And then that makes them create, it inspires them to make their own videos, spread the word. But let's just say that this actually happens, like that a publicly released version of Windows 11 that's been updated supposedly no longer allows. So stupid. It's so stupid. So what happens if you already had a local account? It goes away? Like if you're doing an upgrade, you're getting this update that supposedly doesn't allow it? So then don't let that stop the YouTube community and the internet community from dreaming up imaginary scenarios that don't exist, to create imaginary problems that don't exist, to ask me for imaginary solutions. How is this not the most hilarious thing you've ever seen? Because they get so worked up about nothing. So my attitude is, I cannot fix problems you don't have. All right? Don't ask me questions about other people's problems. It's really offensive to me. Because here's what you're doing. You go watch somebody else's content, and you see they're struggling with a problem, they're asking their audience for help. Some of you reach out to me, and you say, can you tell me how to fix this problem? And I know, because I watched the same content they did, they're not the ones who have that problem. And let's just pretend I give them the answer. Do you know what they're likely going to do? They're going to act like they're the ones who came up with the answer. They're going to get the credit. They're going to basically utilize me and use me so that they can appear to provide the answer to the other content creator, receive full credit for it, and be the hero. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not stupid. I mean, I'm pretty stupid, but I'm not that stupid. And on top of that, if that content creator wanted help, they know how to reach me. I have no problem working directly with anyone who can answer my follow-up questions. And one of the dead giveaways when somebody asks me questions is that I want more details and they cannot provide them because they're not the ones with the problem. Well, if you don't have a problem and you're asking on behalf of somebody else, please tell somebody else to reach out to me. And it's their choice if they want to follow through with that. That's not up to you. But please don't disrespect my time, and please don't abuse the help we offer here. That is not what it's for. But if you yourself are having some difficulty, we would love to help you. But we have to get more details from you in most cases, that if you're asking on behalf of somebody else, it'll become very apparent that you're not having the problem, even if you claim to be. That comes right to the surface almost immediately. And at that point, our conversation stops. We'll just say, well, when you get the information, let us know. As you can imagine, if you're representing somebody else, the delay between getting the answers from them, then you get it back to us, they'll probably figure it out on their own before you'll ever get through that conversation. So just have them reach out to us. That's all. And if they can't be bothered, then neither should you. That's the best advice I can give you. But just this whole idea, I mean, at this point, it is so absurd. I just can't believe so much of the internet falls for it. Every 6 months, same story. Now, what happens if this turns out to be true? What happens if for the very first time in Microsoft's history, they make this change? It's not possible. They can't. It's inherently baked into the operating system. If they come out with a Windows 12, if they start from scratch, but the whole operating system is tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of lines of code. And if you start removing it like a Jenga game, you start removing code, the whole thing collapses, or you end up with an operating system that becomes vulnerable to exploits online. It's part of what makes it who it is, what it is. And to change what it is, you have to recreate from scratch. Because those considerations for local account were baked into the source code, in order to remove that, it would be faster to just create a whole new operating system when you're dealing with hundreds of millions of lines or tens of millions of lines of code. It's just not financially feasible. So there's always a way to unlock it. Just like the Synology drives weren't really locked. This is all just a marketing game. And I hope you guys aren't being manipulated by marketing and content creators online that really can't even see what's in front of them. Just be careful who you take advice from and don't worry about things. If that actually happens, I'll show you how to work around it. It'll be very, very simple. Really no big deal. Whether you're buying a machine that already has Windows on it and you want to bypass a Microsoft account, or you're installing your own media, there's always an easy way. Until Microsoft releases a Windows 12, there's nothing they can do but sort of poison your mind and get you to think they want you to believe. If they ever did that, if they were to do that, they want you to believe that's real, just like Synology wanted you to believe the drive lock was real. It's all an illusion. Stop buying in. Technology is logic, it's repeatable, and you can see the code, always. It is not magic. It is not an illusion, but that's what marketing is. I know, it ruined it, didn't I?
I like magic.
You don't want me to tell you how the trick is done, huh? It just ruined it. We like being upset and having concern. We like being outraged. Let us be outraged. What a terrible way to go through life.
But what's not so terrible is you have email.
Oh, let's check the email and then we'll get started with the unboxing here today. Paul Vercher sends us an Amazon gift card. He says, I hope you enjoy the Amazon gift card. We'll absolutely use it here on the channel. Thank you, Paul. I also see an Amazon gift card, as I mentioned, from our friend Buster, who, in lieu of a super chat. Why do people send gift cards instead of super chats? Super chats, YouTube takes 30% of your membership money. YouTube takes 30% of your membership money, and they give us the remaining 70% in about 30 to 60 days. Amazon gift cards give us 100% of whatever the gift card amount is that you bought, and they send it to us within 10 minutes. We're going to use the money to buy stuff on Amazon anyway. So if you want more of your money to go to the channel, we certainly appreciate the Amazon gift cards. PayPal only takes 3% if people want to send via PayPal. Our friend Luke Greenia often does that. And 3% is really no big deal compared to 30%. YouTube is the biggest, the most greedy. So we appreciate any sort of contribution and support, regardless of how you choose to support us. And under no circumstances do I want you to think I'm not grateful because I didn't get 100% of it. I'm just glad to get anything at all. And hey, thank you for being so thoughtful and supportive. Let me get back over to the chat room here right quick. I'm just looking to see what I'm missing. Yeah, just be very cautious. I guess if there's a summary of all of this, is you need to consider the source of the information. And if that source is not working in the industry, if their job is to make YouTube videos, yeah, I would definitely take that with a big grain of salt. If somebody works for Microsoft and they are telling you as a representative of Microsoft, I would interpret the information differently. You have to consider the words being said have different meanings and different value depending on who says it. If a stranger walks up to you and says, the way that you're dressed is very unappealing and unflattering, and you shouldn't go out in public like that, how are you going to react to that? Are you going to say, thank you, complete stranger, for approaching me unsolicited to give me an opinion I didn't ask for regarding a matter that doesn't concern you, that I completely disagree with you on because I know I look good? On the other hand, if you some sort of fashionista, somebody you know and respect, could even be your mom or your dad, could be a partner in life, says that to you, very different. Same words, all that's changing in who says it. And based on who says it, generates the value and the weight of those words to all of us. And I don't care how much you like a content creator. That does not make them an expert. Saying you're an expert does not make you an expert. So, you know, there's back in the day, Siskel and Ebert would do movie reviews. They were expert critics. They were professional, more than 10,000 hours being paid to write reviews and criticisms of movies. And, or to, you know, I shouldn't say criticisms, they were reviews. They were movie critics. They were critical of movies. And they weren't doing that for fun, they were doing that for money. Now, or they could have been doing it for fun and money, but without the money, it's just a hobby. Okay. When it's a hobby, it's costing you money. When you're doing it as a professional, you're getting paid money to do it. And if you've been doing that for 10,000 hours, you're pretty much an expert. That's the general consensus. It's not an official, but in a US court of law, I do believe if you want to be an expert witness in an industry, you have to have, I think, 10,000 hours of paid time on it. Sort of like being a pilot. You have to have so many hours actually flying the plane, taking off, landing, emergency landing, before you'll get a pilot's license. You can run in the simulator all day long, but you won't achieve your own pilot's license until you have achieved hundreds of flight hours logged in the air. That's it. And that's why, you know, somebody who goes and buys their own plane and wants to fly it, they still need a pilot's license, but it's different from, let's say, a passenger airline. That's much more rigorous. But nonetheless, you still can't just go buy a plane and hop in and fly it without a license. You can't hop into a car and drive it without an operator's license. You've got to be able to prove you're a licensed operator of that equipment. Otherwise, you know, there'll be consequences. So the bottom line is, it's okay to like creators just because you like them. But don't believe everything they said just because you like them. And when there's somebody that you know and admire approaching you in real life and giving you advice, if Mr. Beast wants to tell me how I can improve my videos, you better believe I'm going to shut up and let him talk. And I'm going to take notes. But if somebody I don't know, some random person with an anonymous name who I've never seen before, wants to tell me how to make videos, they can go to hell. Do you see the difference? Same words, different source, different reaction, because it has a different value. There's helpful and there's insulting, and they could be the exact same words. Depending on who they're coming from, one is helpful, one is insulting. So keep that in mind before you offer anybody any advice. And keep that in mind before you take anybody's advice. And that's my advice. Our friend Planet Cryos, renewed membership. Now a member for 41 months right there. He's been there since the beginning. Another OG. Thank you so much, Planet Cryos. And as far as I know, right now on YouTube, he's the only one with a review of the Nano KVM Pro. The only video on the entire platform. He's first. And did a fantastic job even saying, look, I don't know, I've never seen this thing before. Just got it in the mail. And I'll show you what my experience is and where my misunderstanding is. Well, I don't know it all, but here's what I know. Here's what I'm going to figure out. And it takes a lot of guts to make a video like that. Most people are too afraid to show anything other than a contrived, scripted, edited, polished video to correct every mistake and appear to be 100% accurate. When they're even if they're being accurate about something they completely misunderstand, which is still, that's an enthusiast activity. They could be accurate with how to bypass a Microsoft account over an issue that never actually exists. It doesn't mean they're wrong, it's just that they're solving a problem nobody has. They're saying, well, it looks like you're going to have this problem, but you may not. It's one of the most bizarre things. So that, you know, Planet Cryos didn't just look at pictures online and then make a review. That's not a review. He had the item in his hands. And as he's figuring it out, he's not sure what everything does, and he says as much. I would love to see more reality, genuine, authentic videos like that. And I applaud him And congratulations, because since he's done it, nobody else has, not even me. He's the only one on the entire, as far as I can tell, the entire internet, outside of the manufacturer who makes their own videos. Thank you for not being a sheep, for thinking independently and creating your own original content, because I'm all about that. I value that much higher than somebody jumping on a bandwagon because they saw somebody else's video and now they're going to make the same video. All right, for that, we'll just continue on. Appreciate your questions and your interaction here, all of you. John Lewis said, I remember being asked, I do not understand, how can you like computers? And I would respond, it's the only thing in my life that's logical. If I encounter an error, it most often is my doing. Yeah, look, whether it's your doing or not, it's repeatable and logical. People are not. They often repeat each other, but how they respond or the consistency with their actions, it's not there with people. Jeff Adams joining us from my home state of Michigan, where it's almost 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, I wish I was there. I'm just scrolling through your chat before we even start this, because once I start this, I won't be paying attention anymore. Or not for a little bit. Andy says I have the ISO files for Windows 11 24H2. I guess I should make one for 25H2. We made that video right here on the day it came out. We went right over to Microsoft's site and we did it live and showed you how. So yeah, I would say if you were there and saw that video, I've already recommended that. What's it been now? 12 days? Uh-oh, I'm getting scowled.
Chop, chop, I want to see that thing. Open it up. Chop, chop.
Someone is bossy.
I like it. I think it's neato. I want to see it.
All right, so what I was saying was...
He wouldn't let me open the box.
No, you're not allowed. Still shrink wrapped. We do everything authentic and genuine. We want to share our unboxing so our audience can experience it virtually for themselves.
Well, do it already. What are you waiting for?
Anticipation. It's just build up.
We've been waiting an hour.
I've discussed a lot of important information and answered questions for a very important audience.
I understand that. However, there's still the point of this is neat and I want to see it out of the box.
Me too.
Okay, do it.
Do you think this is getting us there quicker? Do you want to continue this for another half an hour?
Fine. I'll leave you alone.
Ah, how much of a loan are you going to leave me?
Not much.
All right, so Soyen sent us a PDF file with their instructions to upgrade this to Windows, and they've informed us that all a customer has to do is reach out to them and they'll be happy to send the file to them. Since you cannot download it, they have to send you a private link. That's a little disconcerting, but let's just assume it's a new company and they haven't fully set up yet. In my opinion, you shouldn't be offering anything for sale until the website and support are done first. But sometimes you need the money to pay for all that, and you can't get the money unless you start selling the product, and it's sort of running around in circles at this point. So under the assumption that they are working on a website and they will have a proper support area where you can download this on your own, let's hope they have contact information in the box, and if they don't, we are going to provide it to you, since it was impossible for us to locate them. We're going to provide you links both to their Instagram and their Alibaba, and those are not websites that they own. We want to see a Soyen website, and we want to see it have support where you have downloadable drivers. That being said, they did not send us drivers. What they sent us was an image that we will install that puts Windows on here. I don't know what version. I don't know where this Windows came from. I don't know if it's been manipulated in ways that are outside of Microsoft standards. And the drivers are already a part of that Windows install. Whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's really up to your preferences. A lot of people prefer to just get their Windows from Microsoft and get the drivers from the manufacturer, and then they know for a fact. They don't have to wonder, is everything right? So right out of the gate, I have that concern. What we have is what I would call better than nothing, because before they reached out, we didn't know how to reach out to them. We had no contact with them, so we were left with nothing. Now we have something, which is more than we had, but there's still more we want that are considered, at least by everybody I know in America, as a standard expectation when buying mini computers or computers, laptops, that you can reach out to the company easily. You can locate them, you can contact them, and that they will have easily available driver downloads. All right, so that's right out of the gate my number one concern. But we all have to start somewhere, and you can't do everything overnight. We'll assume what they're telling us is true. I have no reason to believe they're lying, and that they are working on it. And as we get updates, we will add to the video notes below this video. If and when those updates occur, we'll share them with you. Maybe not as individual content, but just check the video notes here. So, let me grab my box cutter. Okay, unboxing the Soayan EXR1 Bluetooth speaker mini PC. Hey, we have an email. We have contact information. That's fantastic. We also have instruction guide. So my concern with the instructions we've seen before is it had no company name in the instruction manual anywhere. So let me just take a quick look. Let me put this up right here if you guys want to read that. This instruction manual, despite being this thick, is actually in 6-7 different languages: English, Deutsch, Spanish, Italian, French, Russian, and Japanese. And I just want to quickly look through the English side to see there's quick installation instructions, precautions for use, switching the audio playback device in Windows, and that's it. So I don't see contact information in this manual. Like I could put this manual in a computer box and send it out, and you would not know I did not write it because my name's not on it. As far as I can tell, no manufacturer name is in this. This concerns me. I expect to see a section that says support, and that section should contain the name of the company, address, phone number, email. At the very least, just an email, and preferably a website. As a bare minimum, a website. If you want to help yourself to support, they'll have downloads and frequently asked questions, as well as promote their products, as well as create an RMA if you need to for warranty. This does not have any company name on it. Okay, so that, to me, is concerning. This is promising. We did not get this before. Any problem, we're here to help. Your satisfaction is our priority. For Windows or Linux OS installation or other tech support, contact us at support@soyen.com. After sales service and technical support is support@soyen.com, and mini PC wholesale and distributors and OEM would be wholesale@soyen.com. That's great. Now they don't appear to be hiding anymore. That's a start. But they should be boasting their brand name. You shouldn't be able to get away from it. If you buy a Samsung anything, it says Samsung all over it. You turn it on, it says Samsung. You turn it off, it's got Samsung and bolt on it. Same with a car. Car's got the name of the car right on the badge, right on the trunk, and often on the grill of the car. That's something you should be really boasting. That's standard operational business practice for most companies around the world. So it's weird they're kind of not boasting their name on the box. There couldn't be a more generic box. I mean, I could tell you I made it. This is a Carey computer. How would you know? As I said so. Put it on the box. Boast your brand. Okay, in the box here, we have the speaker mini PC that looks exactly. This is exactly what it looked like in the pictures. It's not bigger or smaller than I thought it would be. And then inside the box, we have this box here, which has probably got, I'm going to guess, our power adapter. We've got a laptop-style power cord with a laptop-style power brick. And an HDMI cable. Now, obviously, there wouldn't be a VESA mount. You wouldn't be mounting this with a VESA bracket. Let me bring it up to the camera and give you a closer view of what I'm seeing here. First time out of the box. This is the first time I've ever seen this. And it does appear to be a Bluetooth speaker. Does that move? Oh, that doesn't move. There's all of the PC parts, right? Your USBs, Ethernet. It's got Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Your power button is located on the back, as is your jack for headphone, microphone, or headset. You've got DisplayPort and HDMI and a barrel style power connector at the bottom. I guess I'm holding it upside down. And it does say Soyen on the unit itself, which, you know, we did see that on the minis, but we didn't see it on the box or documentation. But overall, I mean, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple device. Okay. So with that out of the way, let me put the HDMI cable and this power cable back, because it's a standard cloverleaf or Mickey Mouse style power cable. And I'll put the documentation back in here for later. And let's fire this bad boy up, see what our out-of-box experience looks like. I believe they sent us with Linux. The back of the box says it is an EXR1 with the 8745 AMD CPU, the HS version, 8745 HS. They sent it to us pretty loaded. We got 32 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage. It's Wi-Fi 6, so that is a 2.5 gig LAN jack there on the back. It's a 19 volt, 6.32 amp power brick. Put that right there. Someone said this looks like a giant Alexa. That was Bob R. I don't think this is spying on you. All right, let's grab power brick, or not power brick, my laptop power cable here. Plug that bad boy in. And then let's see, we're not going to plug internet in. We are going to plug in HDMI cable. And I need a keyboard and a mouse that I can plug on there.
How teeny tiny it is.
Yeah, well, I wonder if it sounds good. You know, if it's a full sounding speaker. I expect it to be. Turn this on. Turn this on. We'll use one of these USB ports. There is one black USB port. That'll be USB 2. I don't want to waste a high-speed USB port if I don't have to. So that's ideal for a keyboard or mouse. It's not like I'm going to type any faster because I plug into a faster USB port. But you know, people, what are you going to do? Some people just, I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and turn this bad boy on. There's power. It lights up green. So we got some RGB on there. Not terrible. In fact, not unlike other Bluetooth speakers, quite frankly, in that regard. And it's cycling through different colors. I've seen plenty of Bluetooth speakers in my time. This looks like a Bluetooth speaker. I would never think that this was a mini PC, unless I got around back. All right, let's go to our HDMI output of this and see what it's putting out. Come over here. And we're it is booted rather into Ubuntu, which is what they said. One of my big concerns with Soyen in particular is they don't give us a username and they don't give us a password. I guess if you're going to use Ubuntu, you better not be a first-time user on a Soyen product. You better know what you're doing. And I think that's a massive oversight that somebody would automatically know what the default login is. They don't tell us. So they've already set up a user here called user. We click on that and it wants a password. So what's the password? How do we know? How do we know? Is it password? No. Password? Admin? Are you banging on something? Jeez. Is it blank? No. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, good luck to any person that says, everybody told me I should try Linux. I couldn't get past the login screen. I'm going back to Windows. Doman 2000 says maybe the password is also the username. That's as good a guess as any. Maybe it's the creator's birthday. Everybody knows that, he said sarcastically. USER? Hold on, that's not the enter key. We try again. USER. Nope. Good luck figuring it out, because Soyen isn't telling you. It's a secret. Do you like puzzles? Dennis says you can log in as root with the password of root. I don't see that option clearly. It is not intuitive. If anybody thinks Linux is intuitive, you live on a different planet than me. I do have an arrow to the left. What does that do? Take us back to the login? No. Okay, not user. All right, that's not too bad. Root and root. Nope. Still laughing, Dennis? Root. Ain't happening. Who else wants to laugh? I'm just saying. Dennis gives the correct answer. He's laughing. All right, so maybe it's in the manual. Did you just not watch the last few minutes of me explaining how there's no information in the manual? They sell this with Windows and with Linux. So just to double check myself, because, you know, quite frankly, I've been wrong many times before. Everything in the manual seems to be regarding how to plug it in and turn it on. You know, don't get it wet. Let's see. Where I would expect it would be on this card right here. It's not there. Then you have got the manual, right? And the manual, just to give you an idea of how simplistic and useless this manual is, not only does it not identify the manufacturer, any contact information or website, but the first page is completely pointless. The second page is completely pointless. It just repeats what's on the other side of the same page. Then you've got your quick installation, which shows you how to plug in the cables, which is, the cables only fit in one place. You can't screw that up. So there's nothing here that your eyes couldn't just figure out on your own by being aware of the plugs shape. It's like putting square pegs in square holes. You don't need to explain all that. It's pretty obvious. There is some information here that may be useful regarding putting in, upgrading a RAM or solid state drive. There's some precautions. And then, of course, switching the playback device, which may default to your HDMI port versus the built-in speaker. I can see that's being useful. I have no criticism about that. And then you turn the page from that, and you're done with English, and now you've moved on to Deutsch. It's all the same thing, over and over and over again. If you go all the way to the back, by the way, which is where you'd expect, like company information, contact information, warranty and support. You turn the last page. I guess you can write in your own there. For support, contact myself. There is a notice about entering the BIOS. That's F7. Hey, I like that. Thank you for putting that. Why it's in English only, I don't know. What about all the other languages that you covered? Apparently you need to know how to know English if you want to get into the BIOS. The BIOS, by the way, is probably in English anyway. I don't understand. I don't. We're going to give you documentation in multiple languages, but the machine's going to have an English language BIOS, which you can't change. Okay, or maybe you can, and I don't know. However, be that as it may, right out of the gate, we got the same problem we've always had with Soyen computers, which is you need to be tech savvy. Now, if you're already familiar with Ubuntu and you already know default logins, you know, listen, good for you. But what about the rest of us? What about somebody whose very first taste of Linux is in this machine? What do you think they're gonna react? They're gonna say this is not Windows. People say it's like the same, it's better. What drugs are those people on? There's nothing the same about this. There's nothing obvious, clear, or intuitive. That's the way the majority of the population thinks. The people who say Ubuntu is easy and intuitive, they think differently than the rest of us. I'm not saying it's bad. I want you to go back to what I said originally. Consider the source of information. Somebody who does brain surgery every day for the last 20 years probably doesn't think much of it. It's no big deal. It's just brain surgery. Think about it. Does grub load when it boots? I don't even know what grub is. What is grub? What difference does it make? You're speaking another language, man. All right, let's go back over to the login screen. Right click, go full screen over here. I don't even know how to reboot this. Is there, like, there's little teeny tiny icons up here. I can barely see them. I didn't even realize they were here. So if we do user and the password Ubuntu, U-B-U-N-T-U, does that work? No. Root. That's not the password for user either. Could the username be Ubuntu? It could be anything. It could be Carey. It could be good luck guessing could be the username. What does that say? Can't even read it. Username. It's so teeny tiny. Can we reboot from one of these icons up here? What do these do? Don't know. The text is about a font of a 0.2. Good luck figuring that out. I can't, even with glasses on, it's just so teeny tiny. I have no idea. We have a date and time, so that's a very expensive calendar. Okay, where's my reboot options? At least Windows has a pretty obvious reboot area on the login screen. I'm stuck. So if we want to just unplug this thing, I'll hit the power button first and see if it shuts off. Oh, good, that did something. I don't want to unplug it if necessary, or if not necessary. And we get to this Elgato no signal. Let's turn the machine on and watch it boot. And if you guys see grub or grab or grobe, you know, whatever, you'll recognize. I don't know. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So I'll let you witness it. I've turned it back on. There's our sign-in screen. There's the Ubuntu load screen. And then I guess the desktop. I mean, it loads pretty fast. But since it's not doing anything, I wouldn't expect it to take a long time. Took me a long time to get nothing done. All day, as a matter of fact. How did you know you were done? Well, basically nothing left. So you were doing nothing, and you still have nothing left? That's about right. So it sounds like you're going to be back to it tomorrow until it's finished. Yep. Yep. Because I got nothing done. All right. I've had enough fun teasing people that think that this is great. Good for you. You probably like a lot of other things I don't like too. Come on, Carey, have some Vegemite. No, I'd rather not. Come on, just try it. No. You know, it hasn't killed anybody. Well, I don't want to be the first. You want some raisins? No, I don't like raisins. Well, do you like grapes? It's just grapes that have been left out in the sun. Well, do you like ham? Would you like some ham that's been left out in the sun? All right, just ridiculous. This is clearly an acquired taste, is all I'm trying to say. All right, let's turn it back off. And I'll show you what we received from Soyen with regards to the, let's see, let me go over here. Let's go to the PDF file. And we're going to capture that, properties. This unit, the way it's sent, is completely useless without disclosing the login and password information to the purchaser. It is preposterous. Or a warning should be issued that you should not be purchasing Ubuntu unless you already know the default login and password. And I'm assuming that's some kind of default. But nobody here in the chat seems to know it either. Every one of your suggestions in chat has failed. So now you know what it feels like to be me right now. And imagine you paid money for this. Okay. So we have a criticism and a very serious concern regarding that. Nothing they can't easily fix or address. Just stop keeping that secret. All right, let me go back over to the PDF file. Let's share that with you here. And let me make the font a little bit bigger. Okay, prepare a USB disk with a storage capacity of at least 16 gigs. Now, you know Windows is only, I don't know, is 25H2 bigger than 8 gigs now? Anyway, the next size up from 8 is 16. So that's bigger primarily because I think it's around 10 with their drivers and whatever changes they made, which I don't know what changes, if any, they made other than adding drivers. Right-click and format your USB drive to NTFS. Change the volume label to WinPE. Okay, a volume label has nothing to do. What this is called a ritual. You can call the volume label anything you want to call it. If your parents named you Greg, or they named you Christopher, or they named you Mary, you're still who you are. This is just a label. It doesn't mean anything. And this is a redundant, unnecessary step that doesn't matter. So whoever wrote these instructions clearly has a very limited technical knowledge. They're ritualizing. If they understood what that label did, they'd know it's not necessary, and they wouldn't tell you to go through an unnecessary step that has nothing to do with this process. So this gives us some indication of who wrote this. They have a limited technical knowledge, and that's okay. We all, at some point, have a limited technical knowledge, but I'm not sure that should allow us, to start writing documentation. But the marketplace decides. There's no sort of enforcement of quality or of experience with regards to documentation. Companies can make stuff up if they want to. They can hire people that don't have a clue what they're talking about, and they may do so knowingly or unknowingly. And so you have to consider, if you don't know any better, that maybe what you're being told isn't true. So I'm here to tell you that step, well, not a big deal, shouldn't be in here. Doesn't matter what you label this as. That's preposterous. Make sure you're also wearing black shoes. They might as well have said that too. Okay, so then you click finish, you finish the formatting. Yeah, all good. copy the system file. So they provided us a download link from a file sharing site that we have downloaded as a zip file and extracted. And we take those extracted files, which results in this very familiar looking Windows installation media file structure, but they've added an XML file, or they've added the XML file to automate some processes, including the driver updates. Then they tell you how to boot. Like, if you don't know how to boot from a USB drive, then why do they think that you would know the default login for Ubuntu? I don't understand the inconsistency here with the presumed knowledge of the purchaser of the machine. If the purchaser of the machine does not know how to boot from a USB drive, why would you think they would know the default login in Ubuntu? And that's assuming they're even using the default login. I don't know what the default login is. So are they using a default login? I wish they would have told me, but it's nice that they told me how to boot from a USB drive that I already know. Okay. So we're going to select the UEFI drive, and then you're just going to enter the loading system interface. Just wait for automatic loading. That's redundant. If they said enter the loading system interface and ended the sentence and got rid of all these words, does that change its meaning or understanding? Or if they took all these words, like, why is the word just in there? How does this change what we're reading? So if we take all these words out and made step 6, wait for automatic loading, wouldn't they be saying the same thing using 4 words? This adds to confusion. Adding a bunch of unnecessary words that basically say the same thing twice. People don't assume that. People assume this is one thing and this is another. They're both the same thing. That's bad translation, bad communication. Enter the following loading interface. Okay, once again, what is this for? You don't have a choice. This is going to happen. So this first step should be wait for the installation. During automatic installation, do not power off, and other operations. Okay, this is broken English and does not make sense. This, all it needs to say is do not power off. All of this is unnecessary, redundant. Until 100% is completed. I guess that's okay, but, or, you know, it's sort of assumed that that would be obvious. It will automatically restart into the system. Also remove the USB disk. Okay. Wait for the machine to automatically turn on to complete the installation. That's all they've given us here. This is pretty basic, simple stuff. But at no point are they directing us to download and create our own media creation tool from Microsoft. We're trusting them to provide us with an authentic, genuine, unaltered, spyware-less, virus-less image of Windows, which they probably are doing as a reputable company. But what if they're not? How would you know? So, of course, we scanned it with a virus scanner, Malwarebytes. It comes up clean. But I still don't know what other modifications they may have made to a basic Windows 11 install. And there's only one way I can know. Furthermore, all I wanted was the drivers, and they failed to provide that to us. So I have to install this if for no other reason than I can extract the drivers myself and be my own support. They have not been the kind of support we're accustomed to for manufacturers. When you order a mini PC or you watch most of my reviews on mini PCs, most of the time we just go to the manufacturer and get the drivers. You go to their website, which they don't have, to download drivers that they don't have, that we asked for, that they didn't provide. Okay, we're not off to a good start here. But we are technically savvy. We don't rely on that, but most people are not technically savvy. And most people are going to struggle with this. Now, to save time, last night I went ahead and just took all those files. It's about 10 gigs, so it took a few minutes to write that to a flash drive. I'm going to plug the flash drive in any one of these USB ports back here. We're going to turn the unit back on, and I'll start pressing F7. All right, let's go back to HDMI 3. which is right here. Let me turn this on right now. Okay, and I'm going to start pressing F7 repeatedly. And hopefully it will take us into a BIOS here. Let's see what happens. There it is, UEFI. So I'm going to give up on Ubuntu. It's completely useless to me. It is a completely pointless exercise. If I wanted Ubuntu, I'd have to put it in myself. That way I'd know what the default, or create my own user login and password, just the way Soyan did, without telling me. Like, that's just like, hey, you want to stay at my house? Come on over. We're not home. Let yourself in. Okay, the door's locked, Carey. Where are the keys? Oh, you should already have the keys. What do you mean I should already have the keys? Well, you've been to the house before. I've never been to your house before. Oh, well then you should probably know where the key is. Why did you invite me over? Okay, let's do the UEFI setup as I run through analogies in my head that are absurd. Okay, that's booting really quick. And just, boy, it doesn't ask you for confirmation. I hope you understood what you were about to do, because they are not warning you. They immediately get to work. Did they format the drive? Did they reset the partitions? Did I just lose all the data on the drive? Oh, you were supposed to know that before you plugged it in. Are we back to that again? Is this a device that's only for nerds? Or did you make a device that you want to be for regular, ordinary people that are, let's say, non-technical, majority of the population of the planet Earth? Or is this a selective device only made for people who have the prerequisite knowledge to know and understand how to do everything on their own? I don't know what they're thinking at Soyan. This is offensive to me. Like, why in the world would you just immediately start erasing somebody's hard drive? That, my jaw, if you could see me right now, my mouth is hanging open. I cannot believe they just did that. All right, so did they even erase the drive to begin with? Or when I start this up, am I still going to have Ubuntu and Windows? What happened to Ubuntu? I don't know. No warnings, no confirmation. It just immediately. It reminds me of the story of somebody's on vacation and they come back and the roof of their house is torn off and there's a construction company on their house, on their roof. They've been on vacation, they come back from vacation, they just want to be home and get in their own bed. It's a true story, look it up. I think it was last year. What are you guys doing on my roof? What are you talking about? You ordered a new roof. We didn't order any new roof. What are you talking about? You didn't? Where's your work order? Can I see your work order? Yeah, right here's the work order. See, it shows 4381. Okay, but my address is 4318. You're at the wrong address. Guess who got a free new roof? Guess who did all the work for nothing? Confirmation is important in life if you're about to do something that's going to have a significant impact, like tearing off a roof or formatting a hard drive. So I appreciate that it's doing all of this for us, but I also don't really know what it's doing. Depending on your attitude, you might see this as quite scary. I think it's rebooting. And we're done. Overall, as far as noise and performance, this thing is totally silent and it appears to be very responsive. I don't want to be just negative about this, but holy cow. Did we just go back in time 20 years before people understood computers and they were just doing everything for enthusiasts only? Do we no longer have any consideration for average ordinary folks? This is a little scary. It's so destructive without verification. And they're installing something that we don't know what they've manipulated. We don't know how it's changed. Maybe they didn't change it at all. Maybe that Ubuntu password is a default. Maybe it isn't. Since we don't know what the default is, how can we know if it's the default, or how can we know if they change it? They didn't tell us either way. There's so much being assumed by Soyan here that I'm not sure that they should be selling this to the general public until and if they take the general public under consideration, because they're going to get a bunch of support calls and they're going to get a bunch of returns. Now, if you don't provide any support information or contact information, I suppose you're not going to get any support requests. Now, to their credit, they did on this machine versus the other two, they did include an email address. But this is actually quite frightful for me, and I'm just being honest. I think Soyen really needs to work more towards being able to hand this to their parents and having their parents use it. Just take it home, folks. Give it to mom and dad. See if mom and dad can figure it out. And if mom and dad can't figure it out, who can mom and dad reach out to if you weren't around to get the help they need to get it working? They'd reach out to the company. How are they going to do that? There's an email address. What about a website? So far, no website. Well, what are you going to do with Instagram? You know what I mean? What are you going to do at Alibaba? Those are not support sites. Those are advertising sites. Those are sales sites. They're not there. Okay, so they're not there for technical support. What's mom and dad going to do? That's your measuring stick. When you're the manufacturer and you're developing this, you ought to consider if you gave this to your parents. And in fact, don't even consider it. Actually do it and watch what happens. And that is your free testing for quality control that you're going to have a happy customer. If mom and dad can unplug this and hook it up and start enjoying it without asking for any help, you've got a great job. Perfect. I am far more technical than mom or dad, generally speaking, and even I couldn't figure it out. So that either says a lot about me or it says a lot about, representing other individuals who aren't considered, they don't consider themselves to be technically savvy. All right, let's go through the out-of-box experience and let's see if they've changed or altered anything here. And listen, we want to like this. We didn't agree to this because we're like, oh, let's find somebody to tear down. We're hoping that what we're going to see is improvement from Soyen. And there is minor improvement, but they got a long way to go on this. Let me go over here and make this full screen because I can barely see. There we go. English. Okay, that's good. Continue. United States. Yeah. US keyboard. All this looks standard, no problems here. Username. We'll put user in there. Password, nothing. Didn't require us to make an online account. Did you notice that? So they've modified this. That's okay. I mean, that modification I'm good with. Accept the license. Accept the privacy settings here. That looks like a standard Windows install. That's the good news. Then when it boots, we'll check our device manager and we can extract the drivers ourselves since Soyen did not do that and did not make those available separately, a la carte, if you will. Whereas every competitor they sells in the United States, nearly every competitor follows that standard. Whether they share it on a file sharing site like Google Drive or they share it on their own website, I don't really care so much about that. Putting the files on your own website is far more professional. But if it's going to save some money, and we as consumers always want to save money, that's not really that critical to me, but it definitely shows that you're not as professional as other manufacturers here in the USA. But that may not be important to you. And well, that's booted. Oh, it's already booted. Okay. All right. Now that we've booted, let's take a look at a couple things before I plug it into the internet. Let's right click and go to System. We're right clicking on the Start menu. We'll go to System and see what version of Windows we've got here. 24H2. Okay, well, we're going to want 25H2, but it just came out, so give it some time. That's fine. Let's look at our device manager. Right-click on the Start menu, choose Device Manager, and everything's looking good. We don't have any missing drivers. How many drivers installed in Windows 11 automatically, and how many drivers were there added to it? I don't know. They won't disclose that to us. So I don't know the reasoning here. Let me right click and change my resolution to 1080 so as I can read it. Go to display settings, and let's change this to 1920 by 1080. That's better. And let's check our activation status. Is this machine activated? We'll just go down to the search bar, just type in activation. In there, it already fills in activation settings. Let's see. Oh, I'm not plugged into the network. That makes sense. It is Windows 11 Pro. Let me go ahead and plug it into the Ethernet, and you'll see down here this little globe right down here will become a little monitor. So I'm going to take the installation flash drive out. We no longer need that. I'm going to grab my Ethernet cable, and now, just like any other computer that we're either building or we received for the first time, we set it up first, then we plug it into the internet second. You'll see down in the bottom right corner the little flashing Ethernet cable, and that's telling it it's communicating with my router and requesting an IP address. It has received the IP address, and the little thing, the flashing is stopped. Windows reported the hardware of your device has changed. Okay, whatever that means. I'm not worried about that right now because typically automatic activation happens during your Windows update. So we're going to hit Windows Update. The date and time is correct, so clearly it's synchronized. And we'll check for updates. And while that's checking, I like to turn this feature on right here. I like to go under Advanced Options, and I like to turn on this feature, and this feature. These are my personal preferences. You do with that information what you will. Okay, so we'll see how many updates are missing. Obviously, we're going to want 25H2. And yeah, not too bad. This isn't bad at all. So we'll wait for that to install and reboot, and then we'll check our system activation status again. Okay? In the meantime, let me get back over to camera 1. Oh, wait. Before I do that, let me check my power settings, because I don't want the screen to go to sleep or have the computer go to sleep while we're live. So I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to type in Edit. And you can see it already fills in what they think I probably want, and they're right. Click on it. Yeah, good thing I checked it. Set it to 3 hours. Now, while this is downloading, let me come back over to camera 1 and take a look in the chat room and see what I've been missing. Brian wants to know if there's a label on the box or under the PC. No, there is not. The PC does have a serial number. Sorry, it's got a model number. Oh, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. But I can't, even with these glasses, it's way too tiny. I don't really know what that says. It's super teeny tiny, just right there. And it says model EXR1, serial number, then it says 8745HS32G1T, 32 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte. And then I thought it said user, but no, it says Linux. So apparently that's how they know their inventory. That's all there is. There's no other stickers or identification anywhere on the box. Or, as I mentioned, if we show this the other way around, it's all specs, just specs. I needed my specs in order to read the specs. Life is funny that way. All right, Hey, there's Oystein joining us here in the chat. Welcome into Oystein, joining us from Norway. Oystein says, aren't you a tech, Carey? Depends who you ask. You know, there are techs far above my skill level that I would say, he's no Jedi. What do you do for a living? I play guitar. Oh, you're a musician. Yes, I am. So play the saxophone. I don't play the saxophone. Well, then you're no musician. I cracked myself up. Mark Leibowitz said where he used to work, there was a very non-tech lady named Lolly. And anytime I needed to provide something for end users, I'd hand it to Lolly and see how she did with it. I called this Lolly testing. Lolly helped me find a lot of gotchas that I would otherwise have missed just by being herself. Yeah, you don't want an expert to test something with regards to user interface and understanding and intuitive natures of, let's say, your graphical user interface. There are people whose whole careers, they aren't technical people. What they are is they're designers, they're artists, and their job is to create the interface on Android or the interface on Windows. They don't usually work with the technical team. They don't work with the well, they do work with marketing. They basically, they don't give a rat's behind about the technical side. So technical people generally don't like them. And they'll do things that to the technical people are illogical, but to everybody else non-technical, it makes sense. And so there are graphical user interface specialists, and that's their job, is they determine what's the most user-friendly look, the most user-friendly colors. You don't want to put a light blue font on a light blue background. That's basically art, it's design. And the people who are technical, they're doing a different kind of art and design that has nothing to do with a paintbrush or colors. It has to do with code. And just as somebody who writes a book isn't a painter, and just as a painter isn't a musician, they're all artists. And they're specialists in their field, but they're not specialists, with few exceptions, in all fields. Usually they'll be better at one thing than the other things. But I'm sure there's somebody on the planet or a handful of people that can do all those things well. But, you know, that is not normal, and it would be an impossible expectation to live up to. It'd be a very difficult one at the very least for most of us. Bob R said we need Mr. Robot to log in. Yeah, he can hack anything, right? Where's Malik Remy? Remy? Where's Malik when you need him? Never around when you need him. Typical nerd. They're always around when you don't need them. When I wrote my book, The Healthy PC, I made sure my mom read it as I was writing it, and that she understood everything I wrote. If she didn't understand something, I needed her to tell me, what do you think this means? Then I can understand, because to me it was clear. So if she's not understanding it, then what does she think? What is she getting from that? Once I know that, then I can reconsider the way I've phrased or the wording I've used. And then I'd send it to the editor, and the editor would say, this is grammatically ugly, I'm going to change the grammar, and then they would change the sentence entirely, the meaning of the sentence. And then I'd have to push back and go, you can't change it that drastically, because now it's, instead of saying hello, it says purple. Like they're not the same thing. Purple might be a lovelier word, but it's not the same. You've changed my voice. You can't change my voice. So I would argue with the editors. I wouldn't argue with, but I would really interrogate my mother and say, were you able to follow these steps? Did anything happen you didn't expect? Or was something not understood? And then using that feedback, I would make adjustments, send it back to the editor. If the editor made some gross changes, I would fight for that. And that's how the book got. It took 9 months to write this book, by the way, The Healthy PC. It's for Windows XP and 98. I wouldn't recommend it today, but it's still on Amazon if you were curious. That's published by a very reputable educational book publisher, McGraw-Hill, or is McGraw-Hill Osborne now. That was an experience, and I'm no writer. English was one of the worst subjects I've taken. English was taken bad, Carey, not good. Me fail English? That's impossible. I needed an editor, but the editor had to stay in their lane. All right. So, I mean, I did this back around, I don't know, 2005. We're 20 years on, and we're still going through the same lack of consideration for your consumer. Now, if you're not going to have a consumer, if I was writing that book for myself, it would have been written very differently. And if my attitude was, well, if you don't know what you're reading, you shouldn't be buying it, it's a little snobby. Because someone might ask, well, how did you learn it? You just were lucky enough to be born with it? No, I learned it. Well, can I learn it too? Or, I mean, it's profoundly rude. But regardless, it's just my attitude. Mark says, after you wrote your book, was your mother finally convinced that you had a real job? I think my mother was convinced I had a real job when I moved out of the house and wasn't asking her for any money. Let me see how we're doing on our updates here. We're still downloading. We're not missing much. So we'll keep each other company while we wait, because I want to hear the speaker. Now, I'm not quite sure. We can find some royalty music or something so I can hear what the speaker sounds like. Oystein says it looks like a great computer / speaker. It may very well be a great set of hardware. It's the software and the documentation and support that I worry about. Donnie says you're going to take it apart and show us, right? Oh, we could. We absolutely can. I wasn't really thinking about that part, but yeah, you'd need, like, let's say you got this and you wanted to upgrade the RAM or you wanted to upgrade the storage. How do you do that? Don't let me forget. AC's Drafting joins us and says hello. There's Patrick, Manny, Brian Weber. Todd Halter says hello. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, if you're watching this live right now, like Jeff Adams and Doman 2000 and many others, please know you're only getting half the show. The other half of the show is in our chat room. And without you, that's half a chat room. So please join it. Say hello. That's all I'm asking you to do. You don't have to stand on stage and say your name and tell us why you're here and where you're from. And we're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to be a part of our community. And that starts with an introduction. And that introduction starts with hello. And I think if you do that, the return on that little investment will be more than you imagined. And you might just make some new friends and find a place you'd like to hang out with like-minded individuals that are not there to berate or demean each other, but rather to support and be kind to one another. And if that sounds like something you'd like to be a part of, we'd love to have you here. It costs you nothing Just jump in the chat, say hello. Watch what happens next. But we have plenty of room to grow, and we'd love for you to be a part of it if you're not already. Like, let's see, Abdul Azim Patel has been with us a very long time. He says, it looks like a UE mini boom speaker. I don't know what that is, but yeah, it does look like a Bluetooth speaker for sure. Brian wants to know if you have to connect the speaker via Bluetooth, or is it direct connected to the mini PC? It appears to be direct connected to the mini PC. When Windows is loaded, we could theoretically connect to Windows via Bluetooth and play the music out of our computer, but there is no pairing button on this, so it is not a traditional Bluetooth speaker, but it can work as a Bluetooth speaker, and you could pair your phone with it. Now, by default, Windows doesn't include that. You can download it from the Microsoft Store, or they might have included it in their drivers. We don't know that yet. What we do know right now is it's just a built-in speaker. The Bluetooth part of it is really the Bluetooth part of the mini PC. Understand? It looks like a Bluetooth speaker. The question is, and I want you to think about this, if you've booted this into Windows, why would you simply not play your music in Windows? Why would you play it through your phone? So for example, I have Spotify. Why would I play Spotify through my phone into a mini PC? And I mean, I could do that on my PC too. You could turn your Bluetooth into a Bluetooth sound receiver and use your speakers through your... It's like redundant as all get out, because basically you could just load Spotify on the computer and have it play directly through its own speakers. You wouldn't need to play it through an external device. So when it comes to like, hey, can I take this to a party and use it as a speaker? No, it has no pairing. You basically have to have a monitor, a keyboard, and mouse. When you take it to the party, you could plug it in, boot into Windows, and load up your Spotify or Pandora or Amazon Music, whatever, your own USB stick with your own music. You know, load audio station off of a Synology, for example. You could totally do that. But this, to be clear, is not a Bluetooth speaker. This is a mini PC that looks like and sounds like a Bluetooth speaker. Now, if it had the option to just be a Bluetooth speaker, that'd be great, but it has no batteries in it. There's no batteries in this. Are you aware of a Bluetooth speaker that works without batteries? If so, send me a link. The only one I know is me. It's called karaoke. Karaoke. See what I did there? Binaural Gaming joins us in the chat. Hello, my name is Siegfried. I am from Spain. Hey, right on. You know, we have viewers watching us in Australia, Canada, England, Ireland, Scotland. We have viewers in Brazil. We have viewers in Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong. Not too many, like one. It counts. One is still a number. New Zealand. We've had viewers from Trinidad, Tobago. I'm never quite sure how to pronounce that. We've had viewers from Serbia. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Welcome in. Mark Leibowitz said it's intended for use in music videos, you know, where the band plays in unlikely places without plugging in their instruments. You know, there's a, that's funny you mentioned that. In the 80s, there was a band I really liked. They're still around, and they still sound great. And they're called the Pet Shop Boys, and it's basically a singer and a guy with a synthesizer that makes up the drum and the music and everything all through his keyboard. And there are some old videos online where they're performing on stage, and it's obvious they're lip syncing because the man standing behind the keyboard, there's no wires. In the back of the keyboard, there's a bunch of connections that are completely wireless, and he's going through the motions, and the guy's singing perfectly on pitch. The music is playing at just the right tempo, and the guy playing the keyboards never hits a wrong key. And there's not a cable running across the floor, not even for power. Now, maybe I wouldn't have noticed that in the 80s, and it's an older video, but it's so blaringly obvious to me. You could have at least given half an effort and plugged the stuff in. Patrick Manny wants to know, he's got a question for Siegfried. He says, does the rain in Spain really stay mainly on the plane? And for our friend Paul Connolly down under, do the toilets flush the other way? Some questions will remain mysteries for generations. All right, let me check on this and see how it's doing. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. We have a fast internet connection, and this is a relatively responsive, pretty fast computer. So I'm going to blame Microsoft for this. It's not us, it's not this, it's just Microsoft updates. Let's get it updated. And then I really want to extract the drivers. These are some of the tiniest little screws I've ever seen here. I think those are screws. Let me see. Got to get out my serious magnifiers. This is like jewelry level. Like I almost need a jeweler's loupe to look at this stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, those are real tiny. I mean, I can't see why we can't take a look at it. While it's updating, just got to be real careful. A one. Hey, I appreciate that there's a rubber foot on here, and it's got raised areas on the rubber itself. So that's not going to scratch up your desk, or if you're playing music loudly, it doesn't just walk itself right off your desk and onto the floor. And they're not covering up the screws. They made holes in this rubber ring so that the screws are easily accessible. So again, the hardware side of things, Soyen is really hitting it out of the park. What we're concerned about is support, documentation, and the software overall. There's one little teeny tiny screw. Another one. You will need a jeweler's screwdriver to do this work, or like a small electronics repair kit from like iFixit. Oh, I'm not going to be able to slide it out with all these plugs in it, but that's a start. We'll leave it there for now. Now with mechanical drives, you wouldn't want to be moving it around like that, but with solid state drives, for the last 12 years we've been using them, we don't have to worry about that kind of technological concern that doesn't exist anymore. Oystein with a 100 Norwegian krona contribution says, let's see the inside. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck right now, but let's go ahead and finish the updates, and absolutely we'll take a look together. We'll be the first ones to look at it. And hey, a shout out and a thank you to Soyen for giving us the opportunity. We certainly don't want to punish them for that, but at the same time, just a bit let down with some of their process. And we're telling it to them because if they accommodate that, I think they're going to have a really good selling product with happy customers. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe. And I believe that because that's what I see all the competitors doing. And I've heard of the competitors. That may not be coincidental, that they'll be more well known. Donnie said batteries, lithium metal batteries are required. Gary Tatum says, I don't see this thing having a license key. David Graham mentions the battery he's referring to is the BIOS 2032 BIOS battery. All batteries have to be, by US law, announced. because they're a fire hazard, regardless if they're little button cells or if they're giant batteries. So I do believe that David Graham is correct. They're not referencing a internal battery, but we'll open it up and verify. But there's no like charging light. There's no status of charge or battery on this. It is not a Bluetooth speaker, and that's just again, where Soyen could do a little better job in communication. Oh, the license key. Let's go back over here while it's updating. Let's see if it's, I mean, I really should reboot it first, but just out of curiosity, it's not going to hurt anything to kind of check that here. So we'll go over to search, and then activation settings. Windows reported that. So this hasn't changed, but again, we haven't finished our Windows updates. So that may or may not change after activation. We'll find out. Okay. Doing a cumulative update preview here. Don't worry about this needing to retry it. Probably downloaded it twice, once in the background automatically and once by me manually checking. So if it keeps coming up and retrying again and again, we've got a problem. But if it never comes up again, then it's already resolved itself and nothing that you need to worry about. So let me come back over to camera 1. Andy says it's just disguised as a Bluetooth speaker. That's correct. And I suppose we could probably test the Bluetooth speaker while we're waiting. I mean, it's going to be hard for me for you guys to really hear the quality or lack of quality or bass or treble, but let's do it anyway. So I'm going to come back over to our mini PC's desktop, and we're going to go to, I don't know, let's go to YouTube. Oh boy, what do I do to play some music that won't get me in trouble? YouTube. Try searching. Okay. Copyright free music. Oh, I'll bet this is good. All the best music is copyright free. All right, this says music for YouTube videos and content. And we get an ad. Of course we get an ad. Amazon, sorry, YouTube needs to make their 1/100th of a penny. Those add up, you know. We should have a skip button any minute now. You're welcome, Liberty. Oh, do I get another ad? Oh boy. All right, skip. So right now I have no audio, but let's go down here to the speaker and see if we can choose a different speaker. Right here. This is cam link. That's the HDMI port. This right here would be speakers connected to the Realtek audio. Volume up. Yeah, let's check our volume. The problem is I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. What I can tell you is being in the room with it, it sounds flat. Like there's not a big body to the music. It's not full. Not a lot of bass. It's hollow. It's not terrible. It's not very loud. But given its size, I can't help but wonder if maybe my phone sounds just as good, to be honest. And I would think this is a lot thicker than my phone. It should present more bass than my phone does. And maybe it does, but it's not what I'm accustomed to from a set of speakers. Now, I love music, especially my 80s music that I grew up with. And 80s music in particular really introduced a new dynamic besides left and right. They added depth. And songs where they were using like a Fairlight computer to enhance drums and bass. A group like Fleetwood Mac, you know, and even that's the 70s really, you're losing so much of the music depth in this. So it depends on if you're just looking for some background music, or maybe you're watching one of my videos, you're gonna hear me talk on this just fine. So for that purpose, it's great. But if what you want is a proper desktop setup, then you're gonna want a left and a right in order to get music separation, and you probably want a subwoofer if you want any serious bass. Otherwise, you might as well just plug in a set of headphones, and that negates the whole purpose of this. Without batteries in here, it's not a Bluetooth speaker. There's no pairing option. This is just built-in speakers to a computer. That's all it is. It's a unique design, and I applaud them for, you know, thinking outside of the box with it. But it is definitely not comparable to a high-quality Bluetooth speaker.
It sounds great. I like it. It's cute.
Okay, but you're hearing it there.
Yeah.
Okay, hear it. Let me put it back. Let's have you listen to it. Oh, Mara's a big fan of this synthesizer music, he said sarcastically. That's full volume.
It sounds great.
Do you think that sounds good?
I think it's great. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it perfect?
But not about, no.
No, it's not perfect.
I'm not looking for perfect. I'm looking for
It
speakers.
sounds better than like a laptop.
Oh, no, I disagree. I would say I've got some Bluetooth speakers around here, and if I set it up and connected it via Bluetooth and played the same thing, it would sound very, it could fill the room.
I'm not saying
This
it's
doesn't fill the
perfect.
room.
It does sound pretty good.
It's not terrible and it's not great. It's what I would refer to, you know, some people have 1 stars and 5 stars.
Yeah.
I would give this meh. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's okay.
I like the shape. I like how Yeah.
Well, if you want,
There's a lot to like about
if
this.
you want a computer that doesn't look like a computer, somebody could walk into your office and they see this sitting on your desk. They wouldn't think that was a computer.
Yeah.
They might try to pair their phone to it.
Yeah, right. It's really cute.
Dazzle says it sounds like garbage. You know, I could play some garbage, but I don't think I think I'd get a copyright violation. What is her name? Manson. Now I can't play this without copyrights. There you go. Then when I play garbage, you can say it sounds like garbage. But if I play garbage, I'll get a copyright. I cracked me up. Here's the best of all the garbage. Oh wait, I better not do that.
As you can tell.
No. That was close. That was close. Andy says it looks like a 2-liter beer bottle, Cozy. It absolutely does. I agree. I wish I had another Bluetooth speaker to compare it to. I mean, I do have one, but I can't remember where I put it. Tell you what, let's just stare at that for a minute and let me walk off camera. Let me think about where I set it, and even if it has a battery charge. I don't know that this is fair, but depends if you're buying a mini PC or are you buying a Bluetooth speaker. Because if you think you're buying both, you're definitely not getting the same quality. The mini PC is fantastic. The speaker's okay. Let's try something here. Now, by comparison, if I come over here, this is a Bluetooth speaker, right? It's got batteries, it's waterproof. You could throw this in the pool. Just make sure that rubber flap is closed. And Sony makes these, they're multiple sizes. If I turn this on, I got the big one here. It's got RGB, you know, it's a party speaker. You can turn the RGB off, you don't have to have it on. And what am I pulling my phone out? Let's go back over here, see if we can pair this to this. We're going to pair and then compare. Capiche? I mean, we're just installing updates anyway, so this isn't going to hurt anything. Bluetooth. Add a Bluetooth device. And there's a desktop we can connect to. I think is there a pairing? Hold the button down on the Bluetooth.
Bluetooth pairing.
Okay, so I've just held the button down on the speaker. Let's add a device. It should search for, let's see, any Bluetooth devices around us. I'm looking for a Sony. There's a TV somewhere that's 75 inches. Where is that? We've got a Galaxy Book, that's my phone. We've got the Samsung TV, that's what I'm looking at as my computer monitor. SRS, that's the Sony. Let's connect.
Bluetooth connected.
Bluetooth is connected. And let's go back to that YouTube page. And let's look with retrowave. No, we were looking for copyright-free music. And we were playing this.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words.
Wow, that is loud.
Your opportunity.
Let's go back over here. And then let me go back over here. Now that I hear them side by side, this one sounds like this, and this one sounds wide open.
It's a completely unfair comparison.
I agree. I agree it's unfair because, as mentioned by Jeff in our chat room, this is a computer.
Correct.
This is a speaker.
Correct.
This computer has built-in speakers, but it's not a speaker. This has one job, okay?
Yeah.
So we just want to set expectations. If this is what you think you're getting, you're misunderstanding. We want to make sure if you're going to make a purchase decision, you do so with the proper expectations. This is just a basic computer speaker, and it's great for office work or maybe listening softly to music in the background. Maybe you want it for Zoom meetings, or maybe you want it for watching YouTube videos such as my own, where you're listening to people talk. It's perfectly fine for that. But if what you want is a dynamic way to listen to the details and definition of your music, you're not going to be happy with this. All right, so I just put it out there for a comparison, and it's maybe not a fair thing to compare. For all we know, this costs as much as this alone. I don't know yet. I don't know what the pricing is. But that being said, this is really about being a mini PC that's sort of disguised. It's much more environmentally friendly as far as your feng shui, Shuang Fei. It looks nice, and it's a computer. Most computers don't look all that, unless you're a nerd and you really appreciate, and I don't mean that in a negative way. You know, you might be into baseball and you appreciate a well-made baseball bat. I don't know a well-made baseball bat if you hit me on the head with it. Don't get any ideas. All right, let me just set this over here. And let's go back over and see how our updates are doing. Still installing. All right. Let's see if we can just shut it off. I don't think this is that important right now. As far as any performance testing goes, we're just not going to have time for it with all these updates. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. I also want to extract the drivers off of it and do a clean install of Windows myself, so I know I'm getting... see, I don't know if they've made other modifications to the Windows installation other than drivers. I don't know. But I will know if I do it myself and use a Windows 11 installation media for Microsoft and just put the drivers in. That's all I wanted. But they said, hey, maybe you can demonstrate our process because we've made this easy for customers. And we already have problems there to be concerned about with regards that it just executes without confirmation, without warning, and without understanding that you're just basically going to wipe everything out. It's okay if you're going to wipe everything out, but make sure your customer is aware. Now, as far as opening this up, let's get to the good stuff here, because I'm as curious as the next guy. How does this open? We've already taken the screws out. We have a rubber ring. Ain't nothing budging. It's almost like those screws are only designed to hold the rubber ring in. So that leads us to the next question. What if we wanted to upgrade this? Now, typically you'd go to the manufacturer's website and they'll have some explanations. Now, there was some mention of it in the documentation. And now that I'm looking at it from this other newly acquired information, it is not obvious to me how this opens beyond those 3 screws. Let's see if they detail that here in the documentation, because they did mention in here about upgrading and I didn't read it. Align. Okay, this just tells you how to plug an M.2 drive in and how to plug a RAM module in. There is no diagram on how to get to the RAM or the solid state drive. That's missing, and it's gravely important that you diagram that, because if a user gets in this that doesn't know what they're doing and you're going to require your customer to figure it out on their own, you're probably going to get a request for warranty that isn't really a warranty issue. I'm looking if there's any other screws anywhere, and if there are, well, they did a good job hiding them. We know they put it together, so we know we can take it apart. That's the general rule of engineering. I don't really want to use a stronger tool. I'm afraid I'm going to gouge the heck out of it. There is no seam. Does it rotate and unlock? Does it clip in? Are there clips? It's anybody's guess. I can't even get a spudger in between. Won't even go in. That's how tight. That's how tight it is. Let me just use my eyeballs in a flashlight and see what's down in here. Interesting. You know, is there something to this lid? Am I about to break it? That ain't gonna cut it. I mean, my concern is I have to use a very sturdy tool. And what that means is the plastic is gonna give way. If I'm trying to open it from a place it's not supposed to open, I'm gonna find out when the screwdriver bends through the plastic. That's a hell of a way to introduce yourself to your new computer. But I'll do it so you don't have to. So what I'm thinking is maybe this lid comes off. It does. I was right. But it doesn't really do anything for us. So we've got this piece and this piece we've been successful in removing. That does not make us any closer to getting this out. Now maybe this ring, there's a ring right here. Maybe this ring is covering some screws or some way of attaching. And I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to get under this ring. It appears like this is all one piece. It's blue here and white here, and there doesn't seem to be a seam. So then maybe you come in from the edge and you just pop it off. Like I don't see anything securing that. Like if it's clipped in there, it's clipped in good. And it's very delicate to get a tool between this material and the plastic that sits in it. Makes me a little nervous that, you know, first of all, could we even just go in one of these holes and pull up on it? Does not appear that that is a thing. It's no budgie. I do feel like even though it's painted blue and it's white here, that this is all one piece. I was thinking maybe the blue part pulled off and exposed some clips or screws. That would make sense. What about the other side? Does that have anything similar? We'll just let that piece sit on the floor. Nothing here. It's just not budging. And then, you know, what about this back piece? Does this pop out? Something's holding that in. Now that's pulling off. There's no notch or anything for me to work with. So what I'm trying to do, if I get you in on a close-up, you can maybe see I've lifted, like this is completely flush, and you'll notice it gets, as the side I'm working on is coming out. And I'm jamming the screwdriver in and bending it forward. And I'm using this hand to sort of help me hold it as I move through. Yeah. There is a clip right there. And likely, yeah, there's another clip. Okay. And that did not help us at all. But at least we have an idea what's going on in here. Power button, ports, clips. Now I can see there are some screws holding it together this way. If you look in here, you'll see there's these supports that are clearly there to hold the motherboard in. The heatsink for the CPU is there. That's our power button. I'm wondering if I can't get at it from this angle, or if I can't at least identify. So for example, when I look in this way, I can see that white, this piece here. I can see that right here. I wonder if I can pop it out. Or does it screw in and I'm going to break the screws? I don't want to force it too much. Like this vent here, we can see that vent right there. So does that pop out? Does it come out from the bottom? One or the other of these is probably attached and it slides in. I don't know if it slides in this way or if it slides in this way. I do feel like it should be this side, which would be the top. And I only say that not because it's on the top, but because for some reason this little piece is removable and I don't know why. Why would that just not be a solid piece if this wasn't meant to be removed this way? But it's just my imagination. When I jam the screwdriver in, hold on, it's like, oh, you remember those old cans of cocoa powder to make chocolate milk? This is what it's opening like. Yeah, there's a clip here. Something's holding it. Is it wires? Is it tape? It's foam. So this is to seal, of all things, the RGB. These are all LEDs. Okay, that got us absolutely nowhere. I am no closer to the RAM or the NVMe drive. Yeah, it's just got foam in there to kind of direct the airflow, which is, or it's there to block the light from bleeding and forcing the light out only through the top. Now I see pieces here and here that are, this is resting against. So that makes me believe it wants to come out this way. I don't know if I can get this bottom piece off. This definitely doesn't feel like it's removable. It's trying to see, maybe I can see a clip or something on it. What I'm seeing appears to be that the bottom down here has some plastic support inside that is making up the support for the whole motherboard. It doesn't look like they're separate pieces. That looks like it's all one piece. But looks could be deceiving. But I don't see any clips. I think my assumption is correct. It's like watching a monkey with a football. I'm not sure. I have to imagine how this was put together, because it would be very easy to assemble it. And if it's easy to assemble it, once you understand the assembly, the disassembly becomes very obvious. And reverse engineering is something I really enjoy doing. I like defining or determining the logic of the assembly process. Remember, if these are mass produced, it's got to be put together pretty darn quickly in an assembly line. Nobody's going to sit here and futz with it for an hour trying to figure out how to get things in or out. So this is a learning curve for us. And again, the documentation fails us in a pretty significant way here. Now, ideally, maybe the whole board could come out sideways. Maybe we could take the board out neither from the top or the bottom. Maybe the board comes out sideways. And if so, what's holding the board in? That becomes the next question. What would we need to do to release the board from captivity? I don't know. There's no other way it can come out. It seems logical to me that this board went in this way. I don't think it went in up here because this is all too narrow and this is too narrow. So I have to believe this is all one piece housing and this went in there, but how did they secure it? Because I'm seeing screws going through it that seem to be attached to the case, which would imply there are some holes in the case to split it in half, which you could not do without removing this cover. It's kind of wearing a condom. And I don't know if that will go back on. It's on there pretty good. But it's likely something simple. I'm looking for a piece of plastic I can bend in, you know, some kind of a clip somewhere. Like this ridge right here, I think that only exists to hold this piece. This ridge right here. I don't think that that's anything to do with us taking the board out. And I do see these posts that look like screws are going in this way to lock that motherboard down. But then how would you get to those unless you could get to this side? And how could you get to this side unless you remove screws? And how can you remove screws if they're covered with one giant, you know, coverall? And these are the questions that I want answers to, because it's all nice and nice gesture to say, you know, make sure you put your RAM in this way, put your NVMe and drive this way. But where is the RAM and where is the NVMe and how do we get to them? There's clearly no access door. It does seem like there would be screws, so I'm pushing down to feel a hole. See, that fabric material is folded in on this side, and it's folded in on this side. It's like it's been glued around it. That would mean this is not user upgradable without destroying the unit. I guarantee you I can get in here. I just can't guarantee when I'm done it'll go back together, and that's very disappointing. Everything's so delicate, I don't want to really pry on anything for fear of breaking it. You know, sometimes there might be a release on the other side. There's no release. Let me go back over to camera 1 and let's just see what the chat room has to say. Barry Klein said, "In the world, it's the world's first 3D printed PC. It doesn't come apart. I'm convinced of it." Donnie says that wrap might have to get peeled off. That's what it looks like. It looks like this is a clamshell, that it's not a solid piece of plastic. Because when I look inside of it, let me bring it up close, maybe you can see better. When I look inside of this, you can see the plastic posts vertical that are holding the motherboard in. And you can see screws that have been put in from the top or from the bottom, I can't tell. Again, this piece, this just seems to be to hold the back faceplate on. You see that right there, that little tunnel coming down? That's probably a screw in there, and it probably goes in right about over here somewhere. There's nothing to see here. And when you look in that direction, it all appears to be the same solid piece as the edges. Like this is all one formed piece, versus the other side where we had that lid that came off where it clipped in through these rectangular holes. That exposes the LEDs, but still doesn't seem to be any way to get those out. We've got some foam material here and here. I don't see any clips, and I don't see any screws. How was that being secured? Great question. I don't know. Now, look, it's okay if this isn't user serviceable and not upgradable, but they should state that. They should say, they shouldn't give you instructions on how to upgrade your M.2 and SSD if in fact they cannot be upgraded without destroying the unit. So those instructions could be very misleading and could end up to an end user destroying their equipment. And who's at fault there? Are they at fault because you told them they could do it? You told them it was possible? Or are they at fault because they damaged it and it's not a defect in product manufacturing or workmanship? Or is there yet some other way this comes out that I don't know what it is? I'm wondering if I can see a seam running along. There does appear to be a seam. Can't really see this side because the fabric is folded over. We have a bunch of extra fabric here. What is that hiding? Is that a clip? It looks like there's a clip, but with the fabric around it, it's not like they're going to separate halves. There is something right here on the other side. I'm looking for any other indication of a seam. I do see one. Let me show you what I see. So it looks like, and again, I love reverse engineering. This is much better than any video game I've ever played. Talk about having to level up. If you look in here, right about here, I want to say, you'll see where two halves are going together. Right there. And likely that's also on the other side. Let's see. Right about there, you should see what looks like a little Tetris piece. So that indicates to me this is a clamshell and it's put together this way with the computer inside. Normally, if it was just round like this, or if the material was folded in with a seam halfway through, we could separate the halves and open this up like a clamshell. But it looks like it was put together, screwed down, and the very last step of assembly would have been putting the cover on and then putting the cap on it. So I think this cannot be upgraded without destroying it. We're going to confirm that with Soyen, and we'll get back to you. Again, there should not be instructions on how to upgrade RAM that can't be upgraded, or how to replace an M.2 drive that cannot be replaced. So if you wanted to upgrade your storage, or let's say the M.2 drive died out of warranty, you would have to be pretty skilled. Based on the knowledge I have and the information I can conclude, this is disposable for most people. And again, that's not unheard of, especially on cheaper computers, but it should be disclosed that it is not a user serviceable device. And what that means is it's disposable. It's just a corporate way of politically correctly saying, you know, you use it and when it breaks out of warranty, you just recycle it. You want to talk about e-waste. John Kennedy said, I swear I saw a screw on one end. Let me take another look, John. Sometimes when I do these videos live, you know, I'm balancing too many things at the same time, and then the camera goes off and suddenly everything becomes clearer to me when I'm not worried about talking to people. There are visible screws that are installed this way, but there's no way to get to them with this covering. So did you see a screw on the top? Did you see a screw on the bottom? Or did you see a screw in here? Because if you saw a screw in here, it was facing this direction, and we have no way to get into that. It definitely has screws in there with no accessible means to access them. Not without pulling the cover off. So normally what I do when there's stickers that cover up the holes, I push down on the stickers, and what I'm feeling for is you can feel the hole underneath that would be where the screw is. This is a pretty thick material though. Hey, Mara? Yeah, like there's a screw right here. There's a screw right there, but I'd have to get in it this way.
Tommy?
Yeah, I want your opinion.
What?
So do we make a better video by destroying this to get it apart and never be able to put it back together again? Or do we preserve this as a potential giveaway and wait for Soyen to confirm if we're doing this the hard way or not?
I think we should wait. I think it's an opportunity.
It's nowhere near as fun.
Well, so
Destruction is always fun.
I'm torn between the two because I would like to see it opened. I know I want to see it as well.
Like if I remove this fabric, we'll never get it back on, but that if there are holes,
Yeah,
that will expose its assembly.
The big question is, can it be upgraded? Can you swap out stuff? Can you do things to it that, you know, maybe you're not going to buy it?
There's a hole.
32 gigs and 1 terabyte. Maybe you want to get it out. I mean,
here's a question. Why couldn't they just put rubber plugs with these holes?
well, that's an important question. That's a question that I'll pose to Soy.
You don't think I should, what if I can minimally...
Well, I mean, that's a really difficult question because I really want to see it open it. You know what? Go for it.
There's a hole, right?
I say go for it. Yeah.
I'm trying to do this.
And we'll tell them difficulty.
There's a hole right here.
Right.
And so the thing is, if I was manufacturing this, I would make sure. Now, I don't know why there's a hole here. I'm assuming probably because that's where a screw goes. Okay. If I'm correct, then what I would do in manufacturing is I would cut this area out and I would put a rubber plug over it. Then I'd say you just pop the rubber plugs out, not stickers, not rubber feet,
Right.
just a rubber plug, pop the rubber plug out, get to the screw, and the rubber plug wouldn't look terrible. And that way you're not ripping the whole thing apart.
Okay, see it real quick?
Yeah, you want to feel it right here. There's something there. Like if you run your thumb or a finger, push down and slide it, you'll feel that dip.
There's a little bit of it.
I don't know, it could be a clip, it could be a design, I could be putting a hole in that fabric for no reason at all. Preserve it, says John Kennedy. Wait, says John Kennedy. Jeff Adams says that's a bad design. Voyage says I researched Google and Bing. There's no documentation. Well, the thing's not even.
It's brand new.
It's not even available yet. They very generously allowed us to get first dibs on this. We are what Google will refer to. We are. When you're reading a book about some educational material, somebody wrote that book. All right, so
I don't think it's meant to be upgraded.
Well, clearly there's no. Where was the hole I was working on? I was so gentle with it, I can't even find the damage I did to it already. What does anybody else think? We appreciate John's feedback. What about others? I really want to open it. I feel like there's no other way. There's no other way this can go in from the top or bottom. It's too wide. That's too narrow. I mean, that's square peg, round hole. Come on now. I got to find that stupid place that there it is, right there. Okay, I don't know if there's a screw in there or not, but you can see if I zoom in where I've made the hole. Okay, and you can give that some perspective as to, you know, this is going, clearly it's going this way. And so if the screwdriver's too big, then I would, you know, because they use tiny screws here. Let me get my little jeweler drivers out. Oh, wow, that goes way down in there. That screwdriver won't even go all the way in. How about a narrower driver? I'd like to know, is there light at the end of this tunnel or what's on the other side? These are not long enough. First of all, even if we can open it this way, who's going to have a bit set that can get down in there? This is the smallest one in this bit set. Oh. Oh. I'm not feeling it bite anything. Oh, there it is. I want you to appreciate how stupid and pointless this is. The reason I say that is, when I take the screw out, and I just want you to think ahead, we got to play chess here. Let's assume there's another screw right over here, and there is, right here. Okay, there's your two holes. But how are we going to separate the halves with the fabric still holding it together? See what I'm getting at? Like, you got to think this ahead of time. So if we're actually removing a screw here, which I believe we are, and I can only do this by feel, you can't run computer benchmarks to make you feel anything. This is where you have to be a human being. And you need a screwdriver with a pretty strong magnetic tip. But it's not going to go anywhere. It's kind of stuck in there. And then again, I use the big driver just to kind of make a bigger hole. there is a hole right there. And I'm just trying to break up the material to get in there. See if we can get in there with this driver. Yep. And yeah, there's definitely a screw here. Now, knowing what I know about engineering, knowing in my years of experience of computer assembly, I am not particularly any smarter than anybody else. But here's what I expect. If there are 2 screws here, then there's likely 2 screws over here, right? Or over here. Now, given that this is an edge right here, I would be more prone to believe that if I push down on this at an equal distance away, there'll be 2 more sets of screws. I don't know how far away they are, but they'll be in the same, they'll line up somewhere else. Can I shake these screws out of here? I think the fabric is keeping the screws from popping out of there. Yeah, so the fabric is blocking that screw from falling out of that hole. It ain't going anywhere, so I don't have to worry about losing them. So let's just say that's all it took and we would separate the 2 halves. How exactly are we supposed to do that? Unless somehow the board now can slide out, which it is not going to slide out, it's still in there. Now I would consider this minimally invasive, but still, you know, who would know to do that? I would think they'd be over here. Just the opposite, you know. I am kind of curious what those screws look like. You know, the size of them. I feel it and it wants to come out of there. But the material is pushing it back in. He's groundhogging it. I don't feel any others. Those seem like the only 2. It seems hard to believe they would only use 2 screws, but maybe with the material on it. At the very least, we would have to cut a straight line with like a razor blade. Right? You take a blade. If you wanted to preserve the material, you would have to cut at least in 2 places. But I don't know where the seam is. My guess is if this screw is going in this way, which way? Goes in this way, then our seam is probably, if I had to guess, I would make a cut straight across with the blade in order to try and preserve the material so that we could open it up. And when we put it back, we'll have a couple little holes in a slice. But we'll probably have to slice it on the, well, no. No, because there wouldn't be any material to slice through on this side. That's why it would make sense for this to just slide out without having to open up the case. All right, let's see what the chat room has to say about this. Peel it, David Graham says, peel it. John Kennedy wants to know if there's a special chant or a magical quote that will open it. Open sesame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Apparently not. I tried everything. John Kennedy said tried to slide it out now that the screw's out. Yeah, I just did that. I mean, it's not budging. Not budging. Nothing. No, I mean, there are other screws holding this in. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure. It looks like the seam would be right through here. Right here. So to give you some perspective, there's our holes. I'm guessing the holes are going that way. Are they? Yeah. So they're holding two halves together here that are connected behind the material here. That much I feel pretty confident on. The screws are out. I mean, they're moving around in there. Just trying to widen the fabric a little bit. See the screw come out. Not that I need it out. I'm curious what the screw looks like. Yeah, I think I've upset it. With these 4 tools, I can change the world. And a hammer. John Kennedy said this is a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Lamore says, peel it or you won't sleep tonight. That's nothing a little Ambien can't fix. Andy says this kind of stuff only happens here live. Other channels won't show this to you. David Graham says, I wonder if your clamshell theory is right. You should peel it. Would Amazon take it back like that? You know, Amazon, Dennis wants to know, Amazon's been pretty good on their returns. I mean, you'd have no business doing this, personally. If you did this to a product I sold you without me giving you authorization to do it, and then you screwed it up so I can't resell it to a regular person that would just enjoy it out of the box the way most people enjoy things they buy, that would be a fight probably that I would have with Amazon. And if Amazon continued to do that, I probably wouldn't sell there anymore. But Amazon lets people return stuff And they've been kind of cracking down on it a little bit, but this has been a big complaint for sellers. You know, and people have put bricks in the box and sent it back, and Amazon's taken it back, and then they leave it on the seller to absorb that cost. Amazon doesn't charge. Amazon doesn't pay for it. The seller does. So if you want to screw over a small-time seller, I hope that you're getting revenge for something, because otherwise that's a nasty thing to do. You're not punishing Amazon. Amazon isn't paying for that. The small seller is, or the big seller. I mean, one way or the other, it's the seller that pays for that. And so if Amazon's the seller, in other words, if you're buying a Fire Stick or, you know, an Amazon product, then Amazon absorbs the cost. But if it's a non-Amazon product being sold through Amazon, then the manufacturer absorbs the cost. So you think about who you're punishing. You might say Amazon's a big company, they got the money. That's not coming out of Amazon's pocket. You can Google some YouTube videos here for Amazon sellers, and they'll give you some nightmare stories of things that have been returned to them that Amazon will not compensate them for. And it all chalks up as losses, and they're not making that much money to begin with. Still thinking about this. Any more? Are those the only two? You know, even if this was like an elastic top, like a fitted sheet on a bed, that you could just lift up on the elastic and peel it off, I'd be okay with that. This looks like it's glued in. This fabric. What I'm curious about is if there is a seam that I can expose just to verify in the minimally invasive way if there's a seam behind the material here. I think there is. And they cut the material with so much excess here. I mean, there's a lot of excess that it's covering up a lot. Yeah, there's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to separate that clamshell with this fabric over it. That fabric does appear to need to at the very least, I need to make one slice and see if it'll open like a book. I don't think it's going to open like a book. I think there's two more on the other side, and then it's got to be separated out straight across. That's my theory. So before we completely destroy it, let's give Soyen a chance to correct us or to clarify this is not to be opened. If it's not to be opened, then explain to me why there's instructions on how to replace the RAM and SSD. Pick a lane. Look, if I was working at Soyen or any other company, I would know what I was selling. I would know if my documentation matched the product. I would know if my product description online matches the product. That's my job. If I don't know my own products, I think it's time to replace the person or hire somebody who does. I find this to be profoundly unprofessional. There is a deceit here. I can't tell you that the deceit is intentional. I'm not sure. But they're not being clearly honest, whether they realize it or not, by providing no password, no website, no driver download. We've gotten more than we ever received before on the Soyens, and that we now have contact info that's included. So there's progress, but the progress they've made is this much, and they need to make this much. And I was hoping for better. I was hoping if they were going to reach out, they were going to respect the value of my time and understand that this is 100% dedicated video to their audience, to my audience, that has an interest in computers, right? We're not just airing this across the nation or across the world. I mean, we are, but I'm saying the people that would watch this kind of content are the very people that are your potential customers, some of your customers. So why would you ruin an opportunity? Why would you, if you're not ready yet, why would you send this to me if it's not ready? The documentation should say this is not user serviceable. If it is user serviceable, how? I've been doing this for a living over 30 years. And I can tell you that I don't believe this is user. My conclusion is you cannot work on this, not without, at the very least, losing the speaker covering, which, you know, covers the whole mini PC. This could have been resolved with a sock, honestly. Just a sock with elastic ends. This could have been resolved with an access panel, a little door that you can remove that matches the same fabric but has a little seam. So what? It's like they're putting the aesthetic over the function, form over function. And well, it's apparently, you know, a decent performing computer. Is it a good price? I don't know yet. And what else can you get using the same CPU without, you know, if you want to be able to service it? Is it worth it to you to spend more money because you don't want it to look like a computer and it's not going to be serviceable? And depending on the price, is that worth it to you? But let's be clear when we're advertising this, what its limits are. Let's not just boast about what it can do, because if it can't do everything all the other competitors do, we should let the consumer know so you don't have an upset customer. Especially if it's a first-time customer, it's a first impression is a lasting one. So if we take a look just online, just out of curiosity, this has, what did I say it had? An AMD 8745 HS. Let's open up Amazon and look for an 8745 HS. That's a mobile processor that's only going to be in mini PCs. It says there are no, oh, typed it in wrong. Okay, let me share the screen with you. I'll show you what I'm seeing here. So Minis Forum has an 8745 HS. This is sold bare bones, so you put your own RAM, solid state drive, and operating system on it. And by comparison, this is $309. Nemo makes a laptop featuring the 8745 HS. Also with 1 terabyte of storage and 32 gigs, it's exactly spec'd out. The whole laptop is $700 bucks. 90-day return, and Nemo has a website, nemopc.com. So let's say we had, and again, we just had Nemo on, but I just need something to compare it to, and this is fresh on my mind. So here's a Nemo, whatever the model is, I don't know. It's gonna be an N something. Let's see if it tells us. N158. So this is for Soyen, okay? Watch this. I go to Nemo PC. This is one of your competitors. I go to support. Let's see, help center. Drivers and manuals. What did I say this was, a 158? 157 to 159. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? There is no, do you see how they have all their models? Do you see how it's on a website with the product, the manufacturer name and the web name? Do you see how we can go and download our own manual, download our own drivers if we want to install our own OS? What were the odds? I picked one that doesn't, for some reason it's not there. Let me go back again. Am I missing something? Nemo N158, 2-year warranty, yada, yada, yada. This is spec'd out exactly the same. Same processor, same RAM, same storage. Or same amount anyway, may not be the same maker. 8745HS. Well, normally it would be listed in here numerically. What happens if I just search for N158? What appears? Nothing. Not a great example. Maybe we'll reach out to Nemo and find out what's going on with that. $87.45. I'm looking to see if maybe this was a typo here. And that's why if we look for an $87.45, see that sometimes they list the CPU and sometimes they don't. What's a 157? Is that the same? We don't get the specs. I don't know. I don't know. Let's get back over to Minis Forum. Because again, here you can pick it up without RAM, without storage, put your own OS on it. That solves all the issues except for drivers. So let's say we bought this. This is the 8745. This is a UM870. So over here, we'll go to Minis Forum. Support. What did I say it was? An 870M or something? Is that what I said? I can't remember. UM870 Slim. UM870 Slim. Okay. This does not, there it is. The 8745 is the high end. And if we do it with 32 gig and 1 terabyte, that's the exact specs of this unit right here. What's the price? Don't know. I don't know what the price is. Let's go to, let's just search UM870 Slim driver download. Because if you're going to have to put your own solid state drive in your own operating system, you need to be provided the drivers. So that's Minis Forum, Minis Forum. They have a support page right here. I think that's support. UM series downloads. And they have some how-to videos they themselves have made to help guide you through a UM. So here's what I'm curious about. Did we review a UM 870 Slim? Tell you what, let me go back over here for a second. And let me look on my YouTube channel. And let's search YouTube. CareyHolzman. UM870 Slim. Let's see if I have any videos. Looks like about 10 months ago it came out. I don't know if we got this unit. Try another way. You go to my YouTube studio, and then I'll go to my live content. live and filter 870. Does it pull up any? So I never reviewed that. You know, I will say, when you, to Soyen's credit, this would be a very easy thing to identify in my thumbnails. A lot of the mini PCs all look alike, right? So it's hard to tell one Minis Forum model from another, with a few exceptions. Of course, they do have some unique offerings at Minis Forum, but the little square minis, they all look alike. Sure, the colors change, but I was about to go walk over to the shelf and see if I've got one, but if I don't have a review, I clearly never received one for review. But that matches the specs on this. And that's very easy to open and upgrade, the Minis Forum. They even have how-to videos. So Soyen, you know, I'm just saying, you've got to do more than just offer the equipment. You've got to stand behind it with proper documentation, warranty, contact information, driver downloads, and you're not doing that. And look, if you're an informed buyer and you understand that if you buy this brand, you're kind of on your own, I don't have a problem with it. What my issue is that you find that out after you bought it, or you wait until there's a problem and you're past your 30-day return period. This is called a lesson learned. On the other hand, if you're the kind of person that represents most people, you would never upgrade this. You'll buy it, you'll put it on your desk, you'll hook it up, and you're just going to use it, and at some point you're going to toss it into the e-waste, just like you do every other computer you've ever owned. That's probably 80% or more of the population. But they're not watching our videos. And for me to provide this information to them is kind of pointless, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So we can provide the information, we can put it out there, and we can title the video. So if a common everyday user wants to at least research before they buy, at this point will be the only video that appears. And you know, they might be discouraged. That video's, you know, 3.5 hours long. I'm not going to watch that. Well, then they only have themselves to blame. If we presented the information and they couldn't be bothered to watch it, and they'd rather just spend the money and potentially be a remorseful buyer, I don't feel bad for them. I don't have time to learn. Just, I'm spending the money and I'll figure it out. Go right ahead. I tried. On the other hand, if they do sit through it, even if they fast forward through it and they go, okay, I understand, I'm okay with that, then they're going to make a more, they'll have a better expectation of what they're buying and be less likely to be remorseful of the purchase. That means Soyen will have a happy customer. That means the customer is more likely to refer. Everybody wins when all of these things are come together. And if I didn't have to do that, that would be because Soyen already did it. But because this is, you know, it's not uncommon, but it's so many different manufacturers, we don't know who they are. We've never heard of them before. But that doesn't mean they haven't been in business for 15 years in other countries. And that doesn't mean they don't have great support or build quality material, quality items out of quality materials. That's why we review it here. And we can say, hey, I never heard of Nemo before, but boy, do I like their stuff. A little bit on the software side, we have a disconnect, but other than that, that's easily fixable. And for their prices and support, their warranty, the return period, it's a bargain all day long. So now you go, wow, I never even heard of this company. Thank you for letting us know, and thank you for giving us your opinion. Same with Soyen. What we're hoping to see here is a good quality product with customer first attitude. Let's take care of our customers, not a sales first. You take care of your customers, the sales will take care of themselves. That's my philosophy. And for whatever reason they're not doing it, I don't know. And if they want to change how they're doing things and they want to sort of come up to the standard, the very minimal of what we expect, we would invite them to come back when those changes have been made. Otherwise, I gotta say, you better be pretty tech savvy if you want to buy this brand, because you're pretty much on your own, and it can lead to a little bit of an investment of your time versus an investment of your money. And sometimes paying a little bit more for a company that's better established, that's more customer focused, is actually cheaper in the long run. But that's not for me to decide. Your time is worth whatever you think it's worth, and your money is worth whatever you think it's worth. You probably have more than one than the other. And I would assume the one you have the least of is the one you're trying to ration as much as possible. So whatever decision you make, I want it to be an informed decision with proper expectations. Now, again, we're not punishing Soyen. We're trying to help them. And until they meet these minimum standards in the USA, we cannot recommend it. I want to see a website. I want to see a customer support website. I want to see driver downloads. I want to see documentation with their name and contact information and website in there. I want to see documentation that accurately represents, if you're going to talk about upgrading the SSD, show me a diagram or show me pictures. You can't just put the words in there. It's not enough. I want to see your warranty printed on this, or a separate piece of paper depending on which country it's going to. All of this should be disclosed. I want their name on the box. This looks like they're hiding. It's not a good sign. You'll never get a machine from Dell or HP or IBM or any other reputable PC manufacturer like Lenovo that doesn't put their name all over everything. That's suspicious. I appreciate they put their name on the lid. At least it's somewhere. It's not here. The only indication we have is this add-in piece of paper. And that's more than we got last time, but it's still not enough. And that's my conclusion. Soyen, it's progress, but it's not enough. And we do hope you take this concern that I'm voicing seriously. If you want to do well in America, this is what all your competitors do at a minimum, and you're not hitting the minimum. We want you to. Maybe you don't know. We're not saying you're bad people. We're not saying you're doing it on purpose. However, these sort of exemptions from what is considered normal in America are what's going to get you very upset customers, a poor Amazon rating, and likely lead to you not selling on Amazon anymore. If your rating gets too low, Amazon won't even sell your product. So it's not that they have a bad product, it has limitations. And those limitations are not made clear. And in many ways are deceiving. If the RAM and storage are not easily upgradable, then again, I'm going to reiterate, why does it tell you how to change the RAM and storage without being specific about this model? This is like a set of documentation. You could literally throw this into any mini computer box. Any mini computer box. And you'd say, well, it's pretty much generic information. I want to see specific, make the effort, write some documentation for this model. Is that reasonable? Am I strict? These seem like pretty basic, simple things that every one of your competitors is doing. Why are they exempt? Why do they think they don't have to do what the competitors are doing? Is there a reason, or they just don't know? This is what I'm wondering. It doesn't mean the computer's bad. It doesn't mean the hardware's bad. It doesn't mean it's not well built. It doesn't mean it's not worth the money, because I don't even know how much it costs. Oystein says, I agree with that, Carey. Thank you, Oystein. I'm open to other opinions. But I know if I'm going to sell something, remember, I'm in business for my customers to provide them computer solutions. Is this something I would recommend to a customer that I'm going to have to support? How do I support that? Think about this, Soyen. If I want to wholesale these from you and sell them here in America, and I'll make the website and I'll do the support, and a customer says to me, I want more RAM, I want more storage, and I want to order it that way and have you ship it to me, how do I do that for my customer? How can I take what you've sent me wholesale, open it up, change the RAM and change the storage so I can customize it for my customer? What if my customer has a problem, it needs to come in for service, and let's say I'm going to service it myself? How do I open it and service it? So you're not only screwing the customer, you're screwing the wholesalers, which is likely why you're going to have a hard time finding any wholesalers. Again, not to criticize you, but put yourself on the other end of this bargain here. You're the manufacturer. I need you to stop being a manufacturer. And I need you to think about what's it like to be a customer buying your product. I want you to taste your dog food. And if you're not willing to taste it, don't expect my dog to eat it. I'm just telling you, it's an industry expression that you should be well aware of. Do you eat your own dog food? Because if you're not willing to, why should I? Why should I feed it to my dog? And I don't literally mean dog food. It's an expression. If you're a chef and you're serving food, are you tasting the food you serve? Would you eat the food you're cooking? If not, you have no business serving other people that food. That's profoundly offensive. You might think, well, it's hard back here being a chef. Then don't do it. Because there are chefs that take pride in the quality of their work and want to make sure the diners are fully enjoying the cuisine that's being quality, delicately, and carefully handcrafted by a professional. We're not talking McDonald's. And even then, there are standards. And if I go to McDonald's, or I go to Burger King, or I go to Wendy's, or I go to Carl's Jr., or I go to Five Guys, they're all universally the same in that you're going to walk up to the counter, you're going to order what you want, you're going to sit down, you're going to wait, you're not going to get table service, you're going to get up, you're going to go to the counter when they call your name, and you expect the burger to be made with the toppings you wanted or didn't want. You're going to expect it to be hot and fresh, and you expect it to not be burned to a crisp or served raw. You expect it to be on a fresh bun that doesn't have mold on it or isn't hard as a rock. These are just standards, minimum standards that any consumer would expect reasonably. So if you go somewhere and you don't get that, it stands out to an American as, whoa, you know, I got some real concerns over here, because they're not like everybody else in a way that's not good. So I don't know how long I can emphasize this without just sounding like I'm beating a dead horse. I didn't expect this. Even myself, Soyen did not make clear that this was not serviceable. Nothing on their website or on the Amazon page indicates you can't service this. If they had told us you cannot open this and you cannot service this, maybe we still would have reviewed it, but I would have repeated over and over again, don't expect to be able to service this. And if you're okay with that, then we can evaluate it beyond that. But instead, we got directions on how to upgrade it. Here's how you put in RAM, and here's how you put in an SSD, with no indication and no apparent possible way to get to that without destroying the unit. Okay, and that's why we do the reviews. We're not out to tear anybody down. We're also not going to say, you've made a mistake, or you've done an oversight, you've had an oversight, and we're going to be polite and not tell you. If I got something sticking in between my teeth, are you going to let me walk around all day looking like a fool? Or are you going to say, no matter how uncomfortable it is, hey, Carey, you just got a little something in your teeth? I would appreciate knowing that. I don't want to embarrass them. No, so just let me go around looking, you know, a big old piece of basil in my teeth sticking out, big old green piece of basil leaf in my front teeth that nobody can not see, and nobody has the guts to come up and tell me, and you think that's polite? Okay. So again, if you were to tell somebody they've got something in their teeth, you're trying to help them. You're not trying to make them feel stupid. You're not trying to make them feel disrespected. And that's all we're doing here. You're just trying to help. So I hope the message is getting across. And if I worked for Soyen as a quality control consultant, I would talk to them exactly the same way. This is not a joke. If this is what you want to do, then make it clear to the buyer. Andy said he's got a new Nemo laptop arriving tomorrow. Right on. You'll have to let us know what you think of it. John Kennedy says, best channel on the YouTube right here. You know, John, that flattery is going to get you everywhere. I got to be honest. It's not when you say the channel, to me, we're talking about the community. Because without this community, this channel it will lose 75% of its value without the community, maybe 85%. And I hope that people will stick around for the community. They might think I'm abrasive, or they might, you know, maybe they don't appreciate my candor. Maybe they feel like it's a little unpolished, but it's direct and it's meant to be helpful. I believe Soyen can fix these problems. I don't know that they're aware of them. And they have multiple ways to fix them. It's like a drill sergeant, or you have a coach at a gym, and that coach is pushing you. Give me 10 more reps. Give me 10 more push-ups. I can't do it. You can do it. No, I can't. You can. Let's go. Let's go. It's in you. Let's go. Come on. I'm believing in you. I'm encouraging you. I'm supporting you. I am absolutely convinced I am not asking you to do anything you cannot do. And if you have somebody like that in your corner, you will be amazed at how much more you can accomplish. You can accomplish a lot on your own, but with the support of one individual believing in you, together you can accomplish things unbelievable. You can conquer the world on your own, but when you have somebody standing behind you and supporting you, together you can conquer the universe. And it's not just you that's able to push yourself to get to that 10th push-up. It's also the coach is there feeling that success with you. It's a wonderful sense of accomplishment that drives us as a species. At the end of the day, we need purpose, we need goals, we need to feel a sense of I can't think of the word. Not so much as it's like a sense of accomplishment, but there's a chemical release that happens in the brain, and it is absolutely critical to having a quality of life. And it's nothing anybody can just hand to you. You have to go out and earn it. If you don't do it, you don't get it. It happens in your head. There's a level of satisfaction. There's a I can't believe I can't think of this word. We need purpose, and we need to overcome obstacles and achieve things, especially things we didn't think we could achieve. And what that does is it opens your mind, and it says, well, if I just did this thing I didn't think I could do, what else do I think I can't do? And all of a sudden, your motivation and how you look at life and how you look at the challenges around you, you're no longer a victim. You now realize your destiny is in your own hands. And you can sit there and wallow, or you can get off your butt and do something. And I guarantee you, even when you fail, when you get off your butt and do something, you still get more satisfaction from that than sitting and wallow. Because if you fail, you can get back up and try again with the first attempt in learning, FAIL. You take that knowledge you learned from failure, like SpaceX talks about all the time. Every time a rocket blows up, they always say, what? We're learning from this. This is good. We now know, with the data collected, how we can adjust so the next flight can be more successful. In fact, the next Starship is almost ready to fly. I think they've got a date on it. And every time, it's just getting better and more successful every time. And yeah, a few exceptions here and there, unexpected, rapid, unscheduled disassemblies. Other people might call it self-destruct explosion. Rapid, unscheduled disassembly is what Elon calls it. And the point is, it's not all for nothing. It's because there was something wrong. They're able to collect the data, figure out what's wrong, fix it, and the next flight, something else is wrong. Fix that too, run it again. SpaceX blew up 4 times before he got a successful, well, blew up 3 times. Each one of those damn near driven him to bankruptcy. He almost lost everything. Was able to borrow money from friends to get that 4th flight. And when the 4th flight was successful without a rapid unscheduled disassembly, NASA called him up and said, we got a contract for you to put some satellites in space for us. And boom, the whole world changed. In just a few minutes, Elon Musk went from losing everything to being nearly the richest man on the planet. If he would have just sat there and felt sorry for himself, there'd be nothing to discuss. Wouldn't even be somebody whose name you knew. You probably don't know Elon Musk from PayPal. You probably don't know Elon Musk from his software, what was it called, Zip Plus or something. You probably don't know him. You know him because of Tesla, you know him because of SpaceX. And Tesla had a lot of issues. So they don't make them the same way anymore. Regardless, if you like Elon or you don't like Elon, I don't care. This is an exercise in attitude. This is an exercise in tenacity. This is an exercise in doing what you don't think is possible or that you're capable of, and not even trying because you figure it's a waste of time. And Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you are right. So, I'm driving towards encouragement and support. And I want to see Soyen take this information, and I want to see them blossom. When a doctor gives you medication so that you can feel better, and you refuse to take that medication, there's nothing more the doctor can do. All right. You with me? Have I riled up the troops? Suddenly I become William Wallace. David Graham says, I think Soyen is a reseller, but not a manufacturer. So in China, there's manufacturers and there's traders. T-R-A-D, not a traitor, trader. That's what you're referring to as a reseller. I don't give a rat's behind if Soyen manufactures this. It's got their name on it. The warranty goes through Soyen. Support goes through Soyen. My money goes to Soyen. And anybody behind the scenes that manufactures the power brick, like I've shown you over and over again, the power bricks are never, well, I won't say never, they're rarely made by the mini PC or the laptop manufacturers. So if we look at this power brick, I can almost guarantee this doesn't say Soyen on it. Soyen does not make power bricks, period. No, I'm not saying Nemo makes their power bricks, but they put their logo on it, and they're one of the few who do. Take a look at this power brick. The name of the company that makes this power brick is right here. Shenzhen Zhuchen Technology. Who is that? Don't care. If this fails under warranty with Soyen, this is Soyen's problem. I don't reach out to this company. This company didn't sell this product to me. This company sold this product to Soyen. Soyen is the one you go to. You know, the car, the engine that's in your car is likely, it may not be made by the car manufacturer. It may be made by a contractor. Much of assembly these days is done by hiring contractors. So Johnson Control Systems is a big car parts manufacturer for interiors, car seats, all kinds of things. And they make the car seats for Chrysler and Toyota and many others. And you wouldn't know by looking at them, because based on how much money the manufacturer is willing to spend on a car seat, depends on how good the car seat's going to be made. So Johnson Controls, they could make a really nice car seat for Toyota and make a really uncomfortable, ugly car seat for Chrysler. And I promise you, Toyota is paying more for that car seat than Chrysler is, but neither one of them is making the car seat. This is no different. It doesn't matter if Soyen makes it. It doesn't matter who makes the car seats in your Chrysler or your Toyota. If you have a problem, it goes back to the manufacturer that you paid for, you gave your money to, right? So if you have a problem with your Chrysler, you take it back to Chrysler. You don't take it to Johnson Control Systems. Be clear? This is no different than any other aspect of life in that regard. Cheryl Cochran mentions endorphins. So I'm not saying it's not endorphins. Well, it is, but it isn't. There's another word I was looking for that universally drives the human race. And people who don't feel that, they tend to be in a depression, a state of depression. They tend to have a sad outlook on life. And the word I'm looking for begins with the letter D, and I just can't think of it in the moment in a live video. Without a script, I can't think of what the word is, but the minute we go offline, I'm sure it'll instantly pop in my head. No, it's not dopamine. I'm not referring to a chemical. I'm referring to a feeling of accomplishment, a sense of purpose, a sense of having a reason to be here, a sense of I just made a positive difference. Being successful at whatever it is you did, it gives you a sense of blank, and that's the word I'm having trouble. And human beings need that sense of accomplishment, that sense of purpose. That is what cures us, many of us, of things like depression and self-loathing. It overrides it. Mark Gaines says, I've got mail. Let's check it real quick and then let's get out of here. We're running on a 4-hour video today, and half of it is Anthony Robbins talking. Mark Gaines sent $50.91. He says, here's my contribution in lieu of a super chat. And a generous one at that, my friend Mark, joining us in Northern Ireland. Thank you again for your support. And I'm just looking through other, everything else is good. Okay. Maybe I need to ask Copilot what that word is. You think it can tell me? What do you call a sense of purpose and accomplishment? We're saying success. There's another word. Fulfillment. I don't think that's the word I wanted, but that word works for me. There's a sense of fulfillment. You cannot go to Walmart. Excuse me, what aisle could I find the purpose for existing? Can you tell me at Amazon where I can get a box of accomplishment? Could I borrow some of yours? Would you sell me some of yours? You seem to have more than I do. That's not fair. How come you have more accomplishment than me? There should be a law against that. The government should send me a little bit of accomplishment since I don't have as much as you do. Okay. Let's see where that goes. All right. Anyway, the point is, by providing the information to Soyen, we hope that if they want to continue to sell it this way, they make it clear this is not upgradable. That's all. If you want to make it upgradable, then let's make it upgradable. It's easily fixed either way. But in this shape, in this condition, what we've learned is it's not a Bluetooth speaker by any stretch of the imagination, and it's not a particularly great set of speakers. They're just basic speakers. Okay, that's the big selling point, along with the aesthetic form over function. However, the function itself, out of the box, 32 gigs, 1 terabyte, here in October of 2025, seems plenty. Because, 4 gig ought to be enough for anybody, 4 meg. Eventually, this may not seem to be enough, and there won't be any way for you to upgrade it. And you may not understand that until 2 or 3 years from now. And the whole time you could have thought, based on the documentation, that that was a potential for you later on if you need it. So you don't look into it. If you're like most customers, 3 years goes on, you say, hey, I think I want to take advantage of that now. You take it somewhere for service, they go, we can't work on this. What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's not serviceable. But the instructions said it was. Well, these instructions here, these don't talk about how to open the machine. It can't be opened without destroying it. Well, then they sold it to me under false pretenses. I want my money back. Oh, it's been 3 years. You're long past getting your money back. You found out too soon, or sorry, you found out too late. Now you're going to have to just buy another laptop, or, geez, words. Now you're going to have to replace it or live with it or destroy it in order to open it up to upgrade it, and it'll never go right back together. It'll just look like you could wrap duct tape around it. Most professional shops won't even offer that as an option. That's a do-it-yourself job. All right, that's gonna wrap it up for me today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for your memberships, all of you, so much. And for the people that came in and said hello, thank you for doing that, along with your questions and interactions. Appreciate you very much. I also want to say thank you to Soyen. I appreciate being able to review this for them. I wanted it to be a more positive review, but I also insist that I'm honest. So we'll reach out to them for clarity and see if we got this all right, if I misunderstood anything, or if there's an easier way to upgrade this, we'll follow up. If there is no follow-up, it's because there's nothing more to be discussed. If at some point Soyen changes things, whether it's wording, website, support, access, driver access, that'll give us a reason to come back and talk about it. But you know, there's a lot of companies that want this kind of attention, a dedicated video with this in-depth of a look. We don't want to waste their time. We don't want to waste your time. So if a company kind of, you know, sort of repeats the same things and we don't see improvement, okay, we'll move on. But we are hopeful that we will continue to see growth and perhaps be provided information that this thing, you know, who knows, maybe there's a little button you press and the whole thing becomes accessible. And this whole time I've been going off on something, but how else would I know if they don't tell me? It's not in the documentation. There's nothing on the thing. And on the mini PC, and the fact that we've had to punch holes in it to get to screws. Come on. Come on. Thank you to Mara for all the work she does in the background, doing our thumbnails, being our channel administrator, and talking with manufacturers like Soyen to make these arrangements. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of back and forth, a lot of negotiation. And without her, this also would not be on the desk. Thanks to our friends at URCDKEYs. Once again, if you're looking for a Windows or Office license key that you know is legit, that you know is supported, that you know isn't going to take your money and run, all the links are in the video notes below this video, along with a coupon code to save you 25% off. And again, all of our members and everybody joining us, thank you for hanging out. I really enjoyed hanging out with you today. I hope that's returned tomorrow. I'm gonna show you something. I'm not gonna say anything. Members only Mondays. Welcome in, new members. Everybody that's become a member, welcome in. We're happy to have you here. We hope you join us tomorrow because we got this in the mail. I ordered this May 23rd. Came in yesterday. And I've got 2 more that I ordered that won't come in for another 3 or 4 weeks. So, on the members only video, we're going to unbox that. I'm going to kind of futz my way through it and then get to know it. Once I get to know it, then maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll make the public video saying, you know, here's how it's used. But the members will get to see me figuring it out and get to help me on things I'm stuck with. And if you want to be a part of that and you want to support us here, we bought that with channel membership money. Cypede, that manufacturer, did not send us anything for free. So just so you know, the content is made available because of our members. There's no sponsors here. So if you appreciate that, members only videos also have no ads in them at all. So just so you know. Thank you for watching. We'll look forward to seeing the members tomorrow, Monday, 1 o'clock as always. And until then, bye for now.